I'm ready.
Right, no, so give me one moment. Okay. Okay, off we go. The road. All right, I'm ready. I will call call to order the City of Yahut's City Council work session of September 17th, Wednesday, 2025. We are in session. The order of business that we have for our work session is primarily to review our council goals. But if anything else comes up or is appropriate for a work session, we're also can discuss that also. Just remember there can be no votes or decisions made, no votes taken in a work session. Okay, City Manager, you want to start us off?
Yes, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here today and putting in such a long day that we have ahead of us with both the work session and regular session. We are going to review some of the city council goals that were put in place by council in January at the beginning of the year. Some of these goals, while we have them identified for the year 2025, I do imagine will be long-running goals. There's some really big and really important goals that'll take us time and as things move in the process of meetings and all the things that we have to do to meet our like public meeting laws and everything like that. They'll take some time. And also large infrastructure projects are long. And one of our first projects is our goal areas is infrastructure. And the goal is to achieve water sustainability. This has been a overarching goal that's been on the docket for a while, for a few years. Some of the action items that we have lined out for the water sustainability goal are to do some research on a new water reservoir and the feasibility for that, to develop a funding pathway for seismically stable water storage and creating simultaneously creating middle income housing, to create and implement street rehabilitation plan and communication sequence to the public, reduce the winter water and wastewater inflow and infiltration, and develop plans to calculate the cost for new public works storage and emergency shelter. So we've been working on each of those items throughout the year. And the big thing that all of those goals and their deliverables kind of are tied to really are the water tank and potential property that we've identified for that, and all of the work that is wrapped up into that. And what we've done so far is had the geotechnical study done through West Tech Engineering, and that took place in early August. We have Rick here to share a little bit about some of the discovery that was taking place with that. We do have in our regular session today a topic dedicated to this work. And our West Tech engineer, Ray, will be here to talk with each of you about his findings and his recommendations. In the report, it refers to figures, and Rick's going to share a little bit about each of those figures and the locations that are specified in the report, just so you can get a little familiarity with them before we have the topic today in our regular session. So Rick, do you want to come on up and go over that with us?
Yeah.
while he's putting that together, I'll talk about a few of the other things that we've got going on. So with the goal that is directly related to funding pathways for this, we were able to apply this year for the Business Oregon grant related to infrastructure and housing. And through the meeting that we held from Regional Solutions, we did receive a $100,000 grant, and we are utilizing that fund for this work that we're doing right now, this geotechnical work, and discovering if this land is the best place for our future water development.
Okay. Everybody's looking at it. So you've read the geotech report
Yes.
and I'll just skim over that. Our biggest problem right now is creating the bench for the reservoir itself. For a 1.5 million gallon reservoir, I think you said that's 87 feet. And smaller tanks down in the 50s, which makes a smaller bench area side of the hill. So to show you what I'm talking about on that. For the 1.5 million gallon reservoir, wall on the uphill side of the tank will have to be 47 feet tall. And that's quite a large retaining. And the reason for that is you can see down here where the foundation of the reservoir is going to sit. This is the rock line, and this is the ground line. And so they got to dig down 25 feet just to hit the bedrock. And then the idea is to excavate this bedrock about this far, and then we'll build these things similar to pilings to hold up this side on the native ground. The pilings will go down to the rock. And then on the downhill side, it'll need a 12-foot retaining wall to hold all that into place. So in for instance type talk, if the dirt was only 10 feet, the retaining wall would be 15 feet lower. But it's not. And the wall would be taller in the middle than it is on the side. So it will have a crown on the top, which is 45 feet tall. And the sides will be 26 and 25 feet tall.
So what is that?
Okay, so you got your reservoir, then the retaining wall behind it. And the shape of the retaining wall has a curve to it. So when you put that curve against the slope, the retaining wall can be shorter.
I guess I don't understand why it would, I mean, it's fine. I'm just
But
curious.
yeah, well, see like down here, if the retaining wall went to here, it only needs to be this tall. So it concaves, the retaining wall has an arc to it.
It'll follow the ground line
Yeah,
that's created when you scoop out.
yeah, so it's shorter on.
Yeah.
on the
Okay.
side. And then on the downhill side, it shows that the 12-foot retaining wall that will need to be in front of it.
Can I just interrupt you really
Yeah.
quick? Catherine, because you're not linked to the Zoom sharing, Catherine can't see what you're talking about.
Okay,
So maybe you log on and share your screen so she can see.
yeah, let me link into the meeting.
So with this information that we get today, I'm hoping like during this time, we can kind of talk and mill over and
Mhm.
think a little bit about some of the alternate solutions and where the direction we're gonna want to start thinking. And then we'll get a lot more questions and answers information today, but this is a good opportunity for us to kind of start really talking about where we want to go with this project.
Okay, so what do I get?
Let me have the cord back. They can't do anything to that. And then you can go ahead and share your screen. I already have with you.
I knew, I don't know what to do. Okay, okay.
Maybe.
Catherine, can you see that?
Yes, thank you.
So,
Can you make that full screen, Rick? There we go. Okay, as good as we get.
well, this. This shows where they did the. One about in the middle here, and one. Down here on the downhill side. Just to give you a reference for that.
They're assuming a round steel tank for this.
Either or, steel's cheaper than the concrete. This map shows. Service area of the 1-million-gallon tank that we currently have. It's the yellow. All the yellow is served by the. Big tank. And the rest is fed by the 200 and the multiple pump stations. For those of you who don't know, we have. It's like a house of cards to get water to the top of Horizon Hill. We pump it up to a reservoir, then so on and so on. And this map illustrates that. With that, but. And this map. You have to almost have it on your own computer to blow it up to see it, but this black line right here. Is the 220-foot line. And so it illustrates anywhere along this line is where you can build a reservoir. So the engineer took this line and Google Earth and looked at all the properties in town. And he found one up at does everybody know where Creekside Development is at? It's if you go up Hanley Drive, and then you go up to Gimlet, and then you go over to Gimlet to over to the Cemetery Road.
Mhm.
There's a little road that goes east, and it has about 4 or 5 lots on it. And none of the lots were bought. These lots were developed at the same time Windsong and Blackstone were developed. So he's saying 1.5 million is the outside line, 500,000 is the inside line of where that would look like. These properties, and I don't know how much they're asking for these properties.
They've been for sale for a long time.
And
Yeah.
is that park, the entrance to the pagoda, and then into the park with all the
Yeah,
picnic tables there?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where it's at.
Okay.
And as you can see, there's some gradient lines here. So there'd still be some heavy duty retaining walls put in, but at this time, I don't know. Haven't really analyzed it. And here on Hanley Drive, right next to the roundhouse
Mm.
with a dome roof on it,
Mm.
is 220 feet, and these lots are vacant. Same idea, two different sizes of reservoir and what that would look like. It's got a lot of gradient lines, but it's not as bad as some sites.
So,
Yeah.
so as I recall from the letter, the big question and any alternative spot is, we don't know how far down
Yeah,
but the closer the bedrock is to the surface, the less expensive the project.
yeah, that's kind of what he's pointed out in his report is. The less dirt high is, the smaller the retaining.
And how much does it cost to do the analysis, geotech?
We spent 40,000 on that study.
So we could spend 100,000 just looking around.
If we're striking out, yeah,
Okay.
which is a lot of money. But when you're talking 10 million for the whole project. But it can definitely save you from a
Yeah.
$15 million project.
Yes.
And then he points out on the south side of the river, which is like against our city goals. We want storage water on both sides.
Yes.
And so that was out. In my mind. Another illustration of the different sizes of tanks. 500,000 gallon tank on the current site would still need a 37-foot retaining wall, shorter, but still tall. And it sweeps around to the same 12-foot retaining wall. So you save a little bit of money, but it's not really significant.
When you think about it in perspective, that's taller than those Ninth Street house buildings, right? They're very
That's
tall
almost 50
wall.
feet tall. That's
Mhm.
on our south tank. We had to build a 24-foot retaining wall. We hadn't planned on it, and we found out we had to build it hindsight. But in 2014, that was $450,000 finished product.
Mhm.
So
Is it all concrete? Is that the only option to build those?
yeah,
something
and
that
it's
tall?
pre-stressed concrete, with the
Oh.
bolts tightening.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's a big structure.
And same with the south facing wall. Okay, then he points out that we could just come up with a whole new plan and put a reservoir on top of Blackstone. Which is an idea, but we'd have to spend a lot of money in our distribution system to make that happen. Like right now, my plant pumps to the 1-million-gallon tank that we have, and that's 220 feet. So this is 705 feet up here. So we'd have to stage it to get it up there with multiple pump stations. So the price really goes up. And that's it for the illustrations. These are hard decisions. If you were to ask me today what my thoughts were, I would ask for more time. And to investigate these other, or at least not necessarily do the geotech work on them, but look into how much are they, what previous information do you already have on the ground? Because they have to have something because they made a development. So,
Um, to this site, so if we put it where the current location that we're thinking about, there's a lot of fill. Is that fill, can we do anything with that to flatten some of the lots that would be potential for?
yeah. And you know, the beautiful side of 25 feet is for the residential side of things. It's easy to bench. You don't have to go down to bedrock. You got 25 feet of dirt and it's pretty easy to dig out you still might have to have a retaining wall, but maybe you could slope it.
I'm not sure I'm,
Oh,
so
okay, let's say we wanted to build houses up there.
yeah,
Um,
we have all this dirt because we had to
Yeah.
dig it up.
we strategically put it in places. Yeah, wouldn't want to throw it away. Because, to remove the peaks and valleys, you gotta have some dirt.
Mhm.
And let's say the road's in and you're a homeowner, or you brought the lot and you want to build a house. The dirt's 25 feet tall, so you're not gonna run into bedrock as a homeowner
Mhm.
to build your foundation. So that 25 feet of dirt's good. But for our reservoir, it's
Yeah, it's no good. And we'll have all that. So we don't really know I've walked up the road and it's steep. Some of the lots look like they'd be fairly buildable.
Yeah.
But some of them are so steep, I don't understand how even the architectural plans, the preliminary plans, how they could get a house in there unless you built it up somehow.
I hear that, and it's a concern that I've had. And I thought comparative wise, Blackstone doesn't have that much dirt on top.
Hmm.
It's relatively thin,
Okay.
and so everything there is like, how you gonna build there? All I see is a wall of, hard pan.
One thing that stuck out to me when I was reading the report, the geotech is, while he's thankfully done a great job of identifying some alternative solutions, he was quick to not guarantee that any of them wouldn't be as significant or more of work to get to that.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I mean, of these options that we've talked about or that he's identified, Hanley to me is kind of a no-go. It's just in the middle of existing residential area.
Yeah.
It'd be problematic. I think Creekside has a lot of appeal because it hasn't been developed in the 15 years I've been coming here, it's been for sale and nobody's built on it.
Yeah,
So,
those are view properties too.
yeah, I know they are. So there's got to be something problematic about those properties.
Yeah.
The 5 acres one we're looking at has a lot of potential. Let's say we decided, let's only build a 500,000. We still got 4.5 acres
Mhm.
to build another one. Or if we wanted to, it gives options. And one thing I pointed out to Bobby a couple weeks ago, when I placed this reservoir, I was working with Lane. Because the original deal was he'd give us some land for the reservoir, so he'd have infrastructure. So I had to place the reservoir to complement his infrastructure. In this deal, we're not bound to that.
Mhm.
So there could be other options on the very same property, but I was looking at the gradient lines. And I don't see any real sweet, perfect flat spots
Yeah.
up there.
What about that the other landowner that offered his property?
Yeah, and I think he'd want. We haven't talked money or things like that, but I think his main goal was getting access to his property.
Yeah.
It'd be well worth it to him to let us build a reservoir.
Is there a 220-foot line on his property?
It's kind of landlocked. I mean,
It is, yeah, we discussed that one meeting
Yeah.
before.
yeah,
After you
There's
go
like
through the
one.
cemetery, it's somebody else's property,
Mhm.
there's one property in the middle that there's no easement.
Yes.
And so there's an obstacle, Um. I've never. If the guy doesn't wanna do it, I'm not sure what our hours are.
I think to build water, we could probably use eminent domain. I know it's not. It's difficult in this state that it's not well received, but it's also a critical infrastructure.
Yeah, okay. And that would be a fee in itself with attorneys.
Yeah. Court case.
Where are we
Yeah.
at in the 180 days on the contract with Lee?
Think it's at the end of October.
So we signed it June 5th. So I think we're 80 days, 90 days,
That would be
90 days in.
like November,
Hmm.
November 5th.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got month and a half to think.
There's one other element, and I'm not saying this is positive of anything, but it's easy to overlook. One of the attractions of the original site was the fact that we were in favor of possibility of making it affordable housing. And with any of the other spots, that's no longer part of the deal. Now, on the other hand, if how much are we willing to pay to have the right to dip into the housing development business? I don't know how much we're willing to pay, but there's got to be a number on it. In other words, at some point, an alternative site, if everything worked out well, might save us enough money when we say, well, it was a nice idea, but we can't spend that much money on it. So it's just one more variable.
Yeah, and I think to that note, one of the appeals to that is the kind of the recipe for funding sources is the infrastructure for housing is something that is being looked at as favorable in those large funding packages, and this is going to take a large funding package from multiple sources, and that combination of things is more palatable for all of the different requests that are out there across the state. Like that's something that I think would put us up at a higher rating.
Then the other variable,
Yeah.
which I have no opinion on and no ability to evaluate, is the political landscape. Is that going to make the big grants less accessible?
Yeah, I don't know. But then to that note, also looking at the how steep that land is, it's not going to be inexpensive to do affordable. It's not going to be affordable to do affordable housing, really. So there's just a lot of moving pieces to really to consider and think about, and how this really kind of relates to our goals and our mission as a city.
And we don't even know for sure how much we can build on that hill. We're just going based on his drawings, right? And there hasn't really been any engineering or architectural.
My next thought is, some of these are tied together. Wouldn't hurt to hire a developer to give us just a quick and dirty estimate of what he thinks we can do with that. Like how many houses, what's it, with his experience or her experience level. What could they do with that property?
Yeah.
I mean, it might be worth a couple thousand a consultant.
I think,
Yeah, I'd want to work with the developer that has an engineering staff though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not just somebody that envisions houses going up.
yeah, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I think even an architectural engineering firm may be more what we're looking for. Question for you, Rick, about again, the Creekside. I'm not fixated on it, but it's a straight shot from the current water tank. It's only,
It's closer.
real. Can we, but there's private property. Is there any way to run the piped without going through somebody's yard? I mean, do we have to drop down to the highway anyhow?
So, yeah, to King Street. And then to the million tank.
Hmm.
Or you could connect at King Street. Cause the pipe's there,
Yeah,
so it'd be cheaper in the
yeah,
distribution.
it's too bad we can't go straight across Hanley. That would,
So,
okay.
so with only 90 days left, it doesn't seem like we have enough time to explore building houses on Lane's property or doing cost analysis for the other properties. So,
Yeah, it's-
Well,
or would there be time?
I think we ought to try.
Yeah.
And see where it lands, and, this time of year, contractors and engineers are getting their summer projects done, so there might be some time here that they have available. And, I know we have contracts and stuff, but if the owner truly wants to sell it,
We can extend it.
there's a little wiggle room in there.
As long as we're moving with good faith.
I would be in favor of ruling in or ruling out the Creekside property rather quickly. I mean, if we, I mean, I think it's worth gambling some money evaluating it. If it turns out it's, really good in every respect, then we can weigh that against the cost of the original idea.
Mhm.
And if it turns out it's just not that much better,
Mhm.
then we won't spend time worrying about that. It seems to me to be, it looks like the only really
Yeah.
viable
Viable.
location. And if it's not viable, let's know that sooner rather than
Mhm.
later.
Mhm.
John, you live up in that area.
Yeah, well, just, it may or may not be relevant to your discussion, but the area that the engineer had drawn for the Creekside lots, I believe at least one of those lots went before the planning commission this summer for a variance request
Mhm.
to
Okay.
a front yard setback, relief on the front yard setback. I think this one right here. There's a significant drainage way that comes down.
Yeah.
Through here, which is part of the open space of this development. The concern is that in order to meet the setback from the creek riparian area, they were up against the front yard. And so I believe the planning commission granted relief on the front yard setback. A lot, so that this could move forward the house. So obviously this property owner is intent on
Yeah,
moving forward.
okay, thank you.
Later, so, and I don't know if this one is part of that. So.
All right, I think got a lot of other things to take a look at. This was very helpful for when the engineer comes. And I'll still have the question about fill and
Mhm.
how usable any of that is. So,
Yeah, we have a few questions to get to.
I do have a question about the grant that we got to do all these studies. Is it specific to property that we would also build residential on, and is there any money left over? And is there any restrictions? Can we use some of it for other geotech?
Yeah, good question. It was infrastructure for housing
Okay,
related.
so
Mhm.
if we do geotech on other pieces of properties, we'll be paying for that versus the grant. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't put any location.
No, but does say that it's tied to housing. However, any water expansion is technically
Oh.
tied to housing and capacity, really. I mean, if we wanted to be gray. Yeah.
Thank you. So in this first, that's very helpful and probably the biggest decision facing us. The rest of them, Rick, as long as you're here, I did have a question for you. In the Edmonds property, it says building and its contents still need to go. I thought, I guess my vision for that was that we could use that building that was up there, but I've never been inside of it, so I
I've
would.
never been inside of it either. And, we thought about it, it could be a bunkhouse. for
Yeah.
On-call type people. And nobody wanted to stay in it, so it may be. That's game.
So if we built a metal shed, could we still put in a little bit of living quarters for emergency?
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
you know, right now, we just got a street light put at the bottom of the road. So we can use it at nighttime to go up there. And we have somebody up there clearing brush and trees.
Yeah.
The next step is to flatten it all out. So that's what we're doing now.
Yeah, yep, great. I think everything else was pretty clear in here.
We've been pushing ahead.
Yep, yep, we're making progress, big buck items.
Yeah, and that goal section on infrastructure was it was one of your goals to help oversee, and you've been very helpful with all of these projects along the way. So thank you very much.
A little disappointed that storm drain has been in process for how many years and still is.
Oh, I know. Well, now we've added the Coolidge, so we have to take it back and
Yeah.
that and Ocean View Drive. So we're trying to make sure that it's a complete document.
Yes,
And but it's one of the things that it has taken a long time.
and the other thing that was a little disappointing to me in that, and I don't want to throw a wrench in the works, but there didn't seem to be much thought about stormwater retention in that document. It was just disappointing to me. It's something we've never done in the past, but
Yeah.
I'd like to see it. And I know in the plans for the water tank property, it did call for stormwater retention. Brian, did you have a comment?
On an entirely different subject, just the amount the opioid commission approved the grant cities.
Oh, wonderful. Well, that is actually on our,
Oh, they did? Oh, good. Thank you for that. Oh, thank you.
that's wonderful. Well, and that, which one is that under? So one of our objectives for the year.
It is. That's one of our goals met right
All
there.
right. Yes, very good news.
Uh,
Thank you.
I believe that is under the next one that we're going to be talking about, actually, livability. And the goal for that is provide safe access to and the use of city infrastructure, parks and trails. And Counselor Carrie and O'Shaughnessy are kind of working on some of these varying projects, keeping tabs on how they're going and helping in various ways. One of the big ones that continues to be talked about is the pursuing of traffic calming and pedestrian safety and working with ODOT. And I'd like to really point out that we are making significant progress in this goal. It's going to be something that we are going to hear about from not today, but scheduling for October, if the council's would even like to hear it, is the request for a speed camera. But what we have done, I think, is really important to take time with. If you've noticed in the sheriff's report, you can see the amount of activity that sheriff has had is significant.
Yeah.
And he's very, very active. I'm seeing him frequently, and I'm noticing a difference from his presence being here. Another thing is that we should be any day getting our trailer that he can also use, and will also be able to be moved around. We need to take time and see that impact, as well as in the next couple of months, we'll be hearing if we received our transportation growth management that will grant, and that will really impact our pedestrian safety by adding crosswalks and evaluating our circulation. So I think there's so many things that are good that we're doing in this area. I'm not sure if that's where we even want to consider going yet or not, but that's something that I'd like for you guys to think about and talk and discuss and maybe hear about or not hear about, whatever your thoughts are.
I mean, I'm okay hearing a presentation on a camera.
Mhm.
You know, it's gonna be a big lift for somebody to convince me that it's the way to go. Um, especially since we've got these other things going on and there's so many options short of that. I know I read the presentation and the request for the entire city to be 25 miles an hour. It just seemed unrealistic to me. It's not going to be approved. I'd much rather see something that was more likely to be improved, maybe changing the speeds in different locations and extending them as they've already done. But let's hear what happens as a result of that presentation, as well as I'm willing to listen to a discussion about a camera.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's an option. I know that also Councilor Carey sent me a very interesting approach, used to also using a camera, but it was kind of more of the reward tactic versus the discipline tactic. And it was like a green thumbs up if you were going underneath the speed limit and a red thumbs down if you were going over the speed limit. It did have a camera, but it captured the vehicle's license plates that were going under, and they were entered into a pool of drawing from the fees that were collected from the tickets that were given from the people who were speeding. So it was you want a reward system. You want to not speed so you can get entered into the
And I
the
don't
drawing. So I
remember-
think that's clever.
Bobby, I don't remember but it had a study attached to it in terms of that it reduced the speed. I can't remember if it was like 40% by 40% or something. Anyway, I thought that was interesting.
Is there a risk that somebody who understood the system would just be going around? As many thumbs up as possible.
Yeah, well,
That might be.
and so how would a visitor know that this was the case?
Probably just publication and
Okay,
information
all right.
sharing and yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah,
anyways, that just as a light note to that topic there. One of our goals that we just got to hear a little bit about is the estuary walkway grant and receiving that.
before we leave traffic, the flashers are working
Yes, they are.
and the flags were moved to third. I'm wondering if we could, over time, I don't want to be crazy about this, but put some like even at King Street and 101 and some other heavy, other places that are difficult to cross.
Yes.
Because the one on Third has a sign and people kind of look for you there. But some of the other intersections don't, so it might be helpful there.
Yes. The Public Works Department is ordering more so that we can place them throughout, but we're gonna we're gonna do them just a little bit at a time so we don't make too big of a red flag for no pun intended. But they, I did post on Facebook, the city's page that we were in the process of getting those flashers repaired, and there was some real nice comments about the flags and people really enjoying using them. And so I think that them spreading around through town will be helpful to the pedestrian safety. And I did also notice that Depot Bay has installed them since we have as well.
Which is, I watched a family of 5 stand at the corner and tentatively go out and then come back, tentatively go out and then come back. They wouldn't grab a flag to do it, and I came by and I just grabbed the flag and walked into this traffic stop. And so people are just embarrassed to use it.
I saw people this morning using them
All
at
right,
Third.
good. All right, I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
And we have a lot to cover and not a lot of time too.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna kind of, I know you've all had a time to read this too. So I'll kind of hop around a little bit. I know that Counselor O'Shaughnessy has a little bit to report on the work that she's been doing with establishing a public art initiative.
Okay, and I'll make this quick. I have been working with some of the artists in town, and they were working before I even gotten involved, and I'm very thankful for their help because they collected a lot of information from different cities that already have public art ordinances and really looked into them. So we looked at two in particular that seem to serve what we want to do, that we have a process that everyone understands, that it's fair, it's complete. We know what to do if one of them falls apart. I mean, it really is, and it's only 3 pages long. The problem I had with a lot of the ordinances that we read is they would go to the whole thing about why you're doing this, and that would be 2 paragraphs, and that's just too long an ordinance. We need to, you know, you can still do some of that without 2 paragraphs and then 4 more pages of stuff. So I'm doing the final estimation of just looking at all of them to see, looking at those 2 to see, but I think there's one I've honed in on that I think would serve our needs, and I'm in just the last bit of writing, and I am not going to be here in October, so someone else would have to present it. I won't be here. I'll be in
You
Ireland.
could just wait till November when you're back.
Okay.
Mhm.
And we had thought too that we did slow the process down some, and that I think was a good decision.
Mhm.
So there you go.
I do know we have some interests in some public art, so it'll be good to have that set in place as our guiding.
There are some, you know, there's some people that want to, do murals, in particular, the mural out here where the skateboard park is really needs to be redone. And it was lovely when it was, but it's got some wear and tear. And so there's a couple that have already been dreaming of what they'd like to do out there. And again, there will be a commission that's going to judge what it is. It's just not a dartboard approach or, 3 people. It's going to be people that can literally, and I would say we need a citizen too, or even when I started thinking about this, I talked to some of the store owners and they thought it was a good idea. So it might be even important to have
Some businesses.
one of our businesses involved and being part of that.
And if some businesses pay for those sometimes on their own wall.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I think, I mean, by November, we should have it. I would think we'd start maybe in January or February, putting out the notices of.
So it could maybe next spring.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
Okay.
And I know that the evaluation of the ordinances relating to loitering, dogs, and camping, as well as public safety and code enforcement, is something that is very important to Counselor Witten Carey. So, Counselor Carey, do you want to speak at all to your thought process and efforts and plans with that?
Well, I'm in the process of working on the animal ordinances, reviewing ones from other cities and towns and putting together what seemed to be some really good thoughts. Bobby had brought up, which is a great idea for me to meet with our new deputy and our code enforcer. And I'm wondering also if I could at the same time meet with one of the animal control officers so that we could really put our heads together to see what's most efficient. And in terms of the other, the loitering and camping, again, it would be having discussions with them. And I apologize for my somewhat delay, but I am working on it and hope to be able to present something maybe in 2 months.
Yeah, camping is tricky. I mean, the camping is governed by state law and
Right.
court decisions, so.
Right. I think me personally, my biggest one right now is the animal piece because of several different encounters. But anyway, so it's in the works.
Okay.
And just to comment on the landmark property, we did purchase that this year and do have desires to build that out into something that becomes a desirable location in the city. That's something that we have really on hold right now. There's a lot of projects we have within the city. We are investing a lot of capital improvement dollars right now in the city. We just completed our master plan, which for the commons area, which is one of these goals in this section. From that, both with that master plan, there's a lot of really big projects. Also, with the completion in line with the library and Little Log Church Museum and now the estuary walkway, we want to make sure that we're doing all of these really well. And we have a small staff and limited staff and capacity. So we want to work through and then be able to make sure that we are also being cognizant of making sure that we're being financially responsible and saving for and not overextending ourselves by going to too many things all at once. But we are envisioning and thinking, and I know that there's a lot of people who have visions that will be ready to come together when the time is right for that.
My comment on that is we need to make sure that we keep the weeds down in that area. So that's, I'd like to see an interim use of some sort, but I understand that we can only do so much. But we do need to have a plan to keep, cut the weeds every once in a while.
Yeah, and I was talking with somebody recently about the need of a garbage can there. So looking at either having Dahl put one in for now, but there's been some conversations about these big belly garbage cans that are attractive and withstand the elements of our environment, and they won't have any openings, so the birds can't pull things out, environments can't pull anything out of it. So I think we'll just go with Dahl for now, just to have an immediate thing. But that would be a good future location for these beautiful big belly garbage cans.
That will be a test. Oh, it is windy and rainy. So, okay. We do have View the Future is here also, and that was one of our objectives also. So can we maybe move to that?
We can hop forward to the environmental stewardship goal. And again, this is Councillor Carey and O'Shaughnessy that are working with a lot of these goals. One of the goals that specifically View the Future has been supportive on is the identifying opportunities to expand open spaces, parks and trails, encourage land donations and conservation easements. One of the deliverables was, as we have had many property owners want to donate property to the city, was to identify a criteria that will guide the acquisition of the property. And that's not my expertise, but it is expertise of View the Future and also the conservation easements as well. So with their support, they've put together this guidance for proposed land donations that you have a copy of in front of you today. And some of the properties that are being looked at, offered up right now are for donation are again, the Peterson property. We've put that on hold until we've had this goal complete from the city to have the acquisition list to really review each of these properties that have been brought to our attention. The Sakamoto property is one of those as well on the hill. And a new one has just been recently brought to our attention through View the Future as well, is a property on Yachats Ocean Road that is connected to the Dwellings. It's owned by the Dwellings property, and it's currently a wetlands, and it's not developed on, and is something that, whereas the Sakamoto, that would just be retaining open space, green trees on our hill, it'd be pretty low maintenance for us. This property could have some clearing for some benches and, wetland boardwalk kind of trails on that area, and it would be preserving open wetland space right on the ocean. So
the bridge.
yeah. So while we have these few properties that have come to us, I think this is
also Holly Marie's property, which we have not pursued, but she's offered it for discussion.
And is that donation or purchase?
I think it was purchase.
Yep. So I think we can all take time to look at these, and I don't know if you, the future, if you would like to speak to the guidance list that you've put together at all in support of the city.
Yeah, I mean, it's all pretty much, before you, it's just, what I felt would be relevant considerations for, property donations, and in some cases, I pointed out the properties may be most, worthy for preservation, and not public access as much. Sometimes they're completely constrained to the point where it's not really convenient, or there may be some liability issues there, but some others may be perfectly accessible. Some may be more appropriate for passive open space, and some may be more appropriate for active open space. So it's trying to keep all the options open.
So my concern would be that sort of not so much the thinking, but the must-haves. So it might be considerations for these items. So for example, as we just have talked about, frontage on a public street, a consideration may be, do we want this property because we can't really even get at it? But it may also be an asset that we want because it preserves a view. So I would tend to approach it more from, these are considerations. Similarly, building or structures, it may be a valuable building on a piece of property that we could acquire. And then the other one in that category, it was more a question. Not have been logged within 3 years. I mean, sometimes you can get property for a lot less because it has been logged. Is that, what was your thinking?
Well, in terms of the logging, the timing, I mean, I thought it would be unfortunate for a landowner to think, well, I'm gonna, really, never intend to use this property, I can donate to the city, but I'm gonna strip the trees before I do that. That's what I was thinking,
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
If you want to discourage property.
Got it.
Stores value before they turn it over to you, and you get,
Yeah, the one,
leftovers.
exactly, I mean, one of the properties being considered, for, acceptance by the city is right on the edge of the Blackstone property. And for some reason, they didn't cut the spruce trees. I don't know why, it just sort of bumps out, around the Blackstone. And there's about six of spruces that are 75+ years old. But that's one, there's two big values for that property. Certainly it's not building, because it's pretty high up. But it's keeping those conifers, because they add green space and stability to the hillside, but also it's a wildlife corridor.
Okay.
See, and we wouldn't recommend it for recreation at all. But certainly it's a valuable green space out there, and it's and for wildlife preservation, a lot of nesting happens in that lot.
Okay. All right. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Mayor, I absolutely agree that these were just proposed. Well, first off, they were proposed for discussion, not end all, but also, I think it's appropriate that they be guidelines or have, there may be reasons why some of these aren't relevant to your decision. So,
Okay. Well, this is very helpful. My other thought on this is, I think that Parks and Commons might want to have a voice, and I'll look at it. They seem to not want to be involved in theoretical discussions, but I think it is in their purview to have a voice in this. Let's make sure that they get involved, and to the extent that they're willing to, I guess, at this point.
Would you say Parks and Commons or planning or both?
Well, maybe both.
Yeah.
I think both have relevance.
Yeah.
In the future's point of view, we look at, things like Wildlife Valley. We look at, is it really a good buildable property? Because we want building space too.
Mm.
But, we it's a good building piece of property. It wouldn't be something within View the Future's purview.
Yeah.
The wetlands, for example, they consider for donation this extremely valuable piece of property for open space. It's a wetlands, that is what's called the freshwater wetlands, Gregory Creek runs through it, much different than the wetlands of the commons. And it's a wildlife corridor, but it's also a migratory stopping place. Strictly during the daytime, people walk by it all the time, but if you're there at dawn or dusk, you really hear the birds. And it has a giant, the western giant, salamander, present in it, and that's a rare species. I mean, why fill it with your wetland? Because a piece of property. But part of the wetlands is being built on, as you all know. But the wetlands is bigger than that lot. It goes to the mandatory open space by the dwellings. So again, those are the type of things that the future sees as very important. That to try to get those sorts of pieces for open space, particularly when there's willing private owners willing to donate.
Right.
You don't even have to buy it.
Yeah. And that's, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this is a very good start.
I do too.
Being able to accept some good properties. This also leads into some of the work in capacity support that that View the Future can offer the city that we talked about in our previous city council meeting, I think July, where it was approved to work on a contract for their services to support us in the conservation easements. And we did have the city attorney draft a agreement. And View the Future has, in response, had their attorney draft some suggestions in there. And now I've gotten input back from our attorney, and we'll need to have a conversation to discuss the finding, just what's best for the
Where the
city.
differences are and how to.
So we're not done yet, but there's definitely good work being done in that area.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you to View the Future. Thank you.
Yes. And then the wetlands inventory, that is back to the Pacific Habitat, which is the consulting firm that is working on that. There's been some good headway being made recently through our city's planning department and the Department of State Lands, and now it's back into the consulting's firm hands, and they'll be getting it back to Department of State Lands and hopefully on its final phase. It's been long for me even, and it's been longer for the city that this has been in progress, but it's something that I keep
bugging. Is there anybody at the consultant who's still around that did? Okay.
Yes.
So there's some continuity.
There is.
It's been a problem with the Department of State Lands. Continuity. Okay, well, good. Let's just keep poking at it.
Work that we have not really done anything on, I think is just as important to highlight as the work that we have done work on. We haven't developed a generalized checklist of accepted considerations for prioritizing environmental sustainability in all future city construction projects. That's something that is on one of the lists. It's a pretty big project to take on, and that's considering the impact on land use and construction materials and the overall construction design. So I almost feel that could be something that we could use a consultant for, really. It's a big project, and I don't know that, I've presented these to all of our commissions to see if if there was anybody willing to jump in and help, and there was some interest, but I think it feels very overwhelming.
Yes, there's cities who have done this work.
Yeah.
So by hiring a consultant, we're
Yeah, I would guess, I'd
making it
look
go
at
more
Arcata,
efficiently.
California, for example, see what they've done. But yeah, I agree. I think that, I don't think we would be the first. I think that
Yes.
there are other cities.
Yeah. So it'd be more efficient just to look at what people already have done.
If there was somebody in the community that was qualified and was considering this as important, and certainly be willing to work with a citizen, it may be something that we could put a blurb in the newsletter and see if somebody that has significant and meaningful environmental consideration experience. I mean, it's such a broad thing that we're talking about because it's construction materials, it's land use, it's all these things. So it may be that a consultant's where we end up.
And this could be a goal that also continues on next year too.
Yes,
So it's
absolutely,
not-
absolutely,
I agree.
absolutely.
No, we wrapped some of them up. We actually finished them.
And then, there's a fairly easy one to achieve here with the, getting recycle bins placed throughout the commons in City Hall and city buildings and things like that. So we haven't got those yet, but we've been looking at the ones to get, so.
Actually, now that we can put more recycle bins. I mean, I am concerned that, they get used as a trash can, so.
Yes, yes. One's a bunch of pictures.
Yes.
Is the best, even still.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Most helpful.
Coffee cups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing has made significant project is the Parks and Commons Commission and Planning Commission have been working together to review the noxious weed ordinance. And I know there's discussion on forming a work group to start and review a tree ordinance. So that hasn't been started officially, but there's been discussions within the Parks and Commons Commission to work on a tree ordinance and ordinances related to trees. The planning Parks and Commons Commission reviewed a list of the noxious weeds to be considered on this ordinance and have then passed it to planning, and planning is working on it now. So
one thing I would suggest is one of the concerns that was expressed several years ago now was the hard deadline of July 1st, put all this pressure on our code enforcement to, do everything at one time. And then it drove the price up for contractors. People would get their letters and all of a sudden there weren't enough people to do the clearing, and the price would go way up on the clearing. And that was a problem. As I've talked to the Planning Commission chair about this too, the city of Eugene just says they can't be over 6 inches high or whatever the height is between May 15th and September 15th. And so that spreads it out. And whenever there's a problem, the code enforcement people can identify it and cite the property owner.
I like that, between that time period.
Yeah, because the weeds are unsightly 3 weeks afterwards and 3 weeks before, so.
And the fire danger doesn't stop on July.
That's right.
Either.
Right, and compliance has been really good. I really commend city staff for getting at the people that in the past have had problematic lots. I think we're way down in the number of lots. There's been a lot of really good work done.
I will say our code compliance officer has really gotten really comfortable in his job, and he's really making leaps and bounds in how he's communicating with the residents and understanding the code and understanding the little nuances of working with and building relationship with our city residents and helping them to follow the code more than just coming as like a heavy hammer, but helping them to understand what they need to do to be in compliance. And it's been really helpful to have his role, not only with things like the weeds and the plants, but also our vacation rental licenses and ensuring they're all up into their code, and that he's doing inspections to, many of them hadn't had re-inspections in years. And so to be able to get them all in ensuring that they're in compliance has been very good.
Very much appreciated too. And it shows, it really does show. Okay. Transparent municipal services. Oh, fiscal sustainability. I just, there's two that are complete. And the finance committee is working to look at urban renewal districts, what we can do, can we overlap with an old one, et cetera. Did you get that document? Were you able to find the document?
Yes, yep,
Um,
it's very thick.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, that's why we hired them and paid them the big bucks. And we're also looking at, and this is something I wanted to kind of talk about a little bit in terms of public works. We talked about a 1, 3, and 5 year plan. I'd kind of like to see streets, and I think public works is actually working there towards this. An inventory of the streets, when they were upgraded, what they need to be done, and then you could sort it by whatever criteria you wanted. And just have a complete inventory of streets, status, water, sewer, pavement, whatever the items are, that it was just an ongoing list that we could work from. And then I think we could start talking to citizens about when they're going to be due for an upgrade of their street, which brings me to the finance committee, looking at LIDs, local increment districts, as a way to pay for street work. I know I've been victim or benefited from this in the past, where the work in front, you pay for the work in front of the street. It's not a general fee. It's that we're coming down, we're going to be doing the street in front of your house, and this is what it's going to cost you. And how that gets paid, often it's a split with the city, but there's a significant fee to the property owner. And it's usually at least a 10-year, often with a 10-year option to renew it. And so most people pay the minimum amount per year. And then when they sell the home, it's included in the price of the home. That was certainly what I did I was on a corner lot and had hit with that twice. But it puts the cost on the people who are benefiting. It gets a little tricky because we're looking at Horizon Hill and taking a section in the middle of Horizon Hill. Well, the people on the upward side of that benefit from that work also. So we have to figure out how to structure the LID so that all the beneficiaries pay.
A sliding scale, maybe. What we were looking at is that for our it's not our first LID for the city, but it would be our team's first LID working together on putting one in place. So what we are looking at is that Horizon Hill area. That is one of the worst places for the street work that needs to be done, and also a very expensive patch there. It is also where almost all of the septic systems reside in the city. At the same time, so looking at for the improvement district, having it be a package deal where we do the sewer, then the water lines are in our master plan to be upgraded in that space, and the street, and then all of the properties identified, up to the top, most of those need to get the sewer and the pavement. So it would be probably, the largest buy-in at the top, and then work their way down, because once you get down a little bit lower, they're already tapped into the sewer, so they don't need to pay for that portion, but they're going to have a portion of the pavement. So having it be a little bit different of contribution depending on the level of benefit they're receiving from the project. And then the water is part of our water. So that would be like the city's contribution along with some of the paving part of it.
Okay, I like that approach. It seems fair, and the beneficiaries are the ones that are paying for it. And I didn't realize that we needed to do all those other attributes. It's not just a street fee, it's actually an incremental district approval.
Yeah, and it would be really benefiting all of the folks that if we aren't in charge of inspecting those septic systems. So anybody downhill from that would be greatly benefited, connected to creeks. We leave it up to the county to inspect those. So this puts it on in our territory, in our jurisdiction, on our sewer. So It'd be very much a benefit to the
Yeah.
city as a whole.
Yeah, it would, because septic systems are rarely inspected at the frequency they should be. No?
We skipped over the housing supply. This was Councillor Headland's area of goals. Most of this goal is really surrounded by the Cascadia Partners
Yes.
that the Planning Commission is doing.
And that's, well, it's moving forward quite well. We have the community meeting on September 30th where people can have input of what they think about changing some of the codes for housing. And then their Cascadia Partners is estimating they'll have the codes ready to be accepted in April, I
Mhm.
believe.
Mhm.
So.
Mhm.
I just, I think the public input, we should not be naive about a pushback. Just,
Oh, I know, yeah,
you're well aware.
yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, and to that point, we need to really emphasize what the city is required to do by state statute.
Yes.
I think that last time they came in and, Cascadia Partners is very housing focused, house. I think that they are not as sensitive to homeowners' investments in their property and their concern about neighborhood feel.
Mhm.
It's not don't want to dwell on this, but we do have a bit of a disconnect between budget and goals. That, you know, we set the budget in January and we did, I'm sorry, set the budget in July, but the goals in January. When we were writing the council goals, we were very specifically left out dates for when the goals must be done in case this council or a future council says, what we'd really like to do is align our goal setting with our budget and do them simultaneously or one after the sequentially. So I'm just throwing that out there for now. The challenge in my mind is that, you know, we spend 2 months plus on the budget. How do you shoehorn in setting the goals?
Which is the chicken and which is the egg?
Yeah.
Budget versus
Well,
goals.
I think is the chicken, is the egg. I don't know. I think you need to have your goals to drive how you're gonna budget.
I think so.
Yeah, I would agree.
Readdress the goals when we do the budget process, just to make sure things are kind of lining up, and maybe do we need to change some goals depending on the budget, or would that?
Well, I think
the extra
I think we do, we need to be maybe more explicit than we have been, but to say, hey, here's our goals. Keep these in mind as we're setting our budget.
Yeah.
Or how much is this item gonna cost?
Yeah.
That's
You
another.
know, not to interrupt, but I was thinking about this actually, maybe adding 1 or 2 additional meetings to the budget process. I know that probably
Wow, that's a great idea.
We might have like 4 2-hour meetings, then.
Yes.
I would agree. 4
That's what I was thinking. And then we could, like, our very first meeting could just be reviewing what we've set with goals and what we need to budget for these different projects.
Mm.
And then the next meeting, like,
You'll get the budget committee
Yeah.
involved, because some of the budget committee is not especially involved in
right,
business.
right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Do we need the head finance committee with us? Yeah, I mean, if we're going to try to merge the goals and the budget,
Mhm.
do we need help from finance committee?
It wouldn't be bad to include them in the process. Maybe one of the first meetings, we could have a joint meeting with the finance committee and talk about our goals with them and see how they can help us with that, and then go into maybe just a council one, and then council and budget committee or something. Just I was thinking about that a lot, and how we could maybe rework the process a little bit in the budget meeting.
Or do we have the finance people come to our goal setting meetings where they start identifying which line item these goals would be attached to?
So I get a sense we're confusing finance and budget committees.
Mhm.
Two different things. So the purpose of the finance committee is to look at long-range funding.
So then just budget.
I think I meant to say budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the finance committee would be there listening to us and like how they can figure out how to fund the different projects. Yeah.
Okay, with that, that requires some more discussion and maybe a little more meat on the bone for us to as we move forward. I'm going to close the City of Yahat's September 17th work session.
Speaking of meat and bone.
Yeah, that's exactly. All right. I'm going to start the City of Yahut City Council meeting of Wednesday, September 17th. In attendance, we have Councilor Perry, Collins, Councilor Headland, Councilor Shaughnessy, City Manager Bobby Price, and City Clerk Jackson, and myself, Craig Birdie, Mayor. All right. We just finished our work session, so we are kind of hear us you might hear some of us munching if we finish up our lunches. We're going to start with the announcements, proclamations, and correspondence. We'll start with announcements. Barry, did you have an announcement?
This is more in the nature of a public service announcement than city business. But here's the situation. There are roughly 20,000 people in Lincoln County that are receiving Medicare, or their health coverage comes from Medicare. I'm sure that the city of Yahut has its fair share of that population. And of the 20,000 people in Lincoln County on Medicare, about a little under 5,000 get their health coverage through the Samaritan Medicare Advantage plan. And this was all covered very well in a Lincoln County Chronicle article of about 2 weeks ago, but it's important enough that I wanted to restate the issue here. And the 5,000 people that are in that plan in this county are losing their coverage as of January 1st. The plan is just shutting down. The important part of this is that while some people are panicking, some people are in a state of confusion, I want it to be known that there are options. And particularly there is a service, senior health insurance benefit assistance, goes by the name Sheba, offers no cost counseling to people and explains what their options are. In addition to my non-paying job as a city councilor, I'm also have a non-paying job as a Sheba counselor. And that's why I'm on top of this. But I wanted to just publicize a little bit more that there is help available. Anybody who wants to contact Sheba, make an appointment to discuss their options. There's two numbers. One is 541-812-0849. The other is 541-574-2684. Call that. If anybody who calls, I need to tell them that probably leave a message because they're getting so many calls, they can't answer them all. But they do return all the calls, and there still are appointments available.
Thank you.
And that's all I have to offer.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
It's important for our community. The other announcement is that we have been told that our application for a grant for the estuary walkway has been approved as of today. So that's a great accomplishment for our city manager and her team. Bob Langley, I think, was one of the major contributors, and others that had helped with that grant application and had driven to Salem to promote it.
720,000 is for the grant request.
Wow.
Congratulations.
So that's wonderful, and we can now move forward with that project. At least certainly the some of the infrastructure portion, which is the burying or changing the run of the electrical wires that are along the estuary. Get start formalizing engineering, et cetera. So,
It'll be a project.
excellent. All right, and we have no court proclamation. The word city is actually a resolution, it's not. Yes, okay, so we do have some correspondence that I wanted to note that we had received. From one citizen, we received some correspondence expressing concern that they lived in Coho and they did not use the city streets very much, and therefore did not want to ever have to pay for repairs for city streets. They also were concerned about being a part-time resident and having to pay for utilities when they're not here. And they expressed some concern with property taxes. Certainly understand those concerns. I do want to note that the property taxes that you pay in the city of Yachats are minimal. The bulk, in my case, 90% of the taxes that I pay as a homeowner are county taxes associated with many good things that happen in the county, healthcare, schools, etc. But most of your taxes in our city go to the county. Another letter that we got from a citizen is regarding development in water supply. I think the letter makes a very good and important point in that it was not anti-development, but it was expressed concerns with the availability of water and the effects of climate change on how much water we are getting. And it is just kind of, the trend is clearly to get heavy rains in the winter and less rain in the spring and summer. And the writer wanted us to think about that as we are looking at development plans. Is there any other correspondence? Okay. Public comment. I'm going to open it up to public comment. Do we have any public comment in the room? I don't see anybody. Anybody online?
Not online.
Okay.
Maybe.
Are you here for public comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm catching.
Okay. Okay. So that's that. The next item, so I was going to suggest if our West Tech Engineering was here that we do them first.
We had told them we'd be later on, so they're planning on arriving later, but I did notice that we have Chris Madden from Charter Communications online, and he is here to be able to speak at all to the franchise agreement that we have on later on in the agenda. So if you are wanting to move.
Yeah,
we could move
I
ahead.
think I'd suggest that the FEMA model ordinance is a 38-page ordinance. I'm supposed to read it all aloud. I will not be doing that. I'll only be reading the changes, but it still takes an inordinate amount of time. In our consent agenda, I think we can delay that. So let's move, we'll make some changes. We'll move into new business. We have the charter franchise agreement in front of us. We had reviewed both the original franchise agreement, which was from 2015, and we have a revised agreement for the in front of us also. The original agreement was for 5 years with a renewal of 5 years. So we're at the end of that 5-year period. We're actually past that. City Manager, did you have more to add to that?
The agreement that we were looking at is a straight 10-year versus a 5-year and a 5-year. Other than that, it's fairly identical to the previous 2015 ordinance agreement. I will say that we receive a 5% franchise fee from the agreement. And what we have budgeted for that for this fiscal year is around $24,000 is what we make off of this franchise agreement. I saw you, Rose.
Yeah, well, I observed all those things looking at these
Mhm.
agreements, but other than changing the I'm not sure what changes there are between the 2015 agreement and the proposed 2025 agreement. It would have been helpful if we had a comparison
Mhm.
document, because, I mean, I noticed.
Can you tell us what page we're on?
No, and this is the charter. It's pretty far down.
It's pretty
Under
down, yeah.
new business charter franchise.
It'd be easier if it was a page number.
Well, we don't do page numbers.
You don't have, yeah.
Are you looking on the agenda or on the, like, the list agenda center?
I just copied the whole agenda and I'm looking at my filed copy.
Okay, then I can't tell you what page it's on then.
It's down pretty far.
It's right after the financial reports.
Thank you. That helps.
Yeah, I mean, I observed, I did not have time to put these side by side, but one thing I did notice is that in Article 14, there's about 7 paragraphs in the old one, and there's 10 paragraphs in the new. So something is new here, and I don't know what it is.
And Chris is online. He might be able to speak to that directly, because I also didn't have a markup version to see the exact changes. Chris, would you like to speak to any changes that were made from the 2015 agreement to the current one?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So again, Chris Madden with Charter Communications. I don't have a line-by-line change document either. The note I would make is that the biggest change functionally, as Bobby noted, is the 5-year with a 5-year auto renewal provision in there versus this is a 10-year agreement with a potential for a 5-year renewal down the road if the city were to pursue that. In terms of functionally day-to-day for the city, all the big pieces remain the same. The franchise fee is at the federal maximum of 5%. As Bobby noted, that's a non-insignificant chunk of change for the city. In section 14, if I heard correctly, was the specific question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's simply I noticed that there were more paragraphs in the new Article 14 than the old Article 14.
Yeah, totally fair question. So first thing I would note is compliance with laws 14.1. That's a pretty generic section that basically just says if there are laws that affect either the city's compliance or our compliance, we will all both work to comply with those rules and regulations. That's just probably just a formatting change, frankly. Let's see what other changes. Minor violations is the same. Change in law would be a new section as well. Functionally, that would just if there's a significant change at the federal level, which frankly no one is anticipating at this point, would allow us to comply with that. Let's see, notices looks very similar. Yeah, Counselor, I would just say generally that these are both kind of template franchises. And the biggest change that I was going to flag is the 10-year agreement part of it. There's also a couple of changes, for example, on the emergency management side of things, rather than kind of laying out some specifics. We just refer to FCC rules and regulations instead, because those are more commonly updated, so we can comply with those. But generally, day-to-day practice, this will be virtually identical for the city.
A question for Bobby. Who generates this agreement? Is it generated from the fund office or charter?
This was generated by charter.
Okay, well, then 10 years from now, or next time we do this, we'd really like to see a comparison document, just so we know exactly what the changes are.
Very valid point, and I will certainly make a note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I, just for my own clarification, from reading the contract, it seems that it is a non-exclusive agreement. However, we would need to notice the grantee that with 10 days, I believe, ahead of time, that we're going to take action, or at least 30 days prior, written in a public hearing, et cetera. I'm mixing it up, I think, but it is a non-exclusive agreement, but we do have to provide notification that we would be considering another party to provide services in the area. And that service, I assume, does not include the wires and there's no shared agreement in any way in that. They would have to come in with their own wiring and connections, but we could allow somebody else to come in and provide charter the notice that we were going to consider that. Okay, 10 years is a long time. That would be my only concern, I guess.
10 years in technology is a really long time.
Yeah. But because of the non-exclusivity, I think that gives us a buffer.
Is there a desire to make it 10 years instead of 5?
That's a good question. Mr. Madden, can you help us with that question?
I'm sorry, it was a little hard to pick up the audio there. Can you
Yeah,
repeat the question?
Is charter asking to change it to 10 years instead of keeping it at 5?
Yes, our standard franchise agreement at this point is 10 years with a 5-year auto renewal. I don't think we would actually, I'm not aware of any circumstances where we're moving with a 5-year and a 5-year auto renewal at this point. As the mayor noted, this is a non-exclusive franchise. So if anybody else would like to come in and provide services, they're certainly more than welcome. Doesn't change that whatsoever. It just provides some stability for charter.
So there's no reason why it changed from 5 years ago?
I think just administratively, it's easier for everybody.
Just thought there might be some benefit that they're getting.
It's just-
Well, 10 years instead of 5.
Okay, all right. We have this agreement in front of us. Is there any additional discussion? Now, could I get a motion to approve the franchise agreement, ordinance 2015-332?
So moved.
All right, all those in favor, well, let's go this one. Counselor Carey?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Shaughnessy, and the mayor votes yes. So we will put that behind us. We have a 10-year franchise agreement with Charter. And looking forward to continued good service.
Thank you, Chris, for being here today.
Thank you for the invite.
Okay, let's go back into the sequence of our agenda. The public hearing on the FEMA model ordinance. Yeah. Okay, so for those that may not be aware of this or who have forgotten, which is entirely possible, we did read this agreement one other time, and after public notice, our charter says that we have to read the ordinance twice before we enact it. The motivation for this is through FEMA's requirements to the state of throughout the state of Oregon, I should say, for the National Flood Insurance Program, Endangered Species Act in Oregon. So this is the FEMA was required to write environmental statements and have that reviewed, as any major program does in the United States. It's called the an ESA it's called, and FEMA is required to do that. And as part of the process, they have required any entity that is receiving FEMA insurance to update either their code or their processes to ensure that there's no net loss in fish habitat. That's the motivation for this. Our existing ordinance was very much aligned with the previous FEMA requirements, the model ordinance. And we elected, rather than to require people to do their own environmental statement or have other pick 'em, we elected that to just amend our ordinance because the changes were relatively minor, but they are significant. So what I'm going to try to pull up here is the red line version and read those changes that are specifically changed. So everybody can either go to sleep or start paying a lot of attention. So the first part of change was in the whole ordinance is 9.54. This is 9.54.010. I will hereafter just give the section that I'm reading. The findings of facts are changed to flood hazard areas of Yahuts preserve the natural and beneficial values served by floodplains. So that paragraph was added. We deleted special floods. We added in terms of statement of purpose to preserve the natural and beneficial floodplain functions. And I think I'm in the same section, and added to the methods of reducing flood loss is employing a standard of no net loss of natural and beneficial floodplain functions. In definitions, all definitions were rewritten to go from a means, for example, appeal, means to request a review of we're just reducing it to say a request. Well, appeal is a request all throughout. We changed some abbreviation that's no longer valid, the VO. And I'll now begin the portions where definitions have changed. We've added a definition for fill. Placement of any material such as soil, gravel, crushed rock, or other material that change the elevation of a floodplain. Placement of fill is considered development. So fish accessible space, the volumetric space available to fish to access, and fish egressable space, the volumetric space available for fish to exit or leave from. Under flood insurance, we deleted a section that discussed flood proofing because that's addressed in much more detail as we go down. There is added a section called green infrastructure in a definition, which is the use of natural human-made hydrological features to manage water and provide environmental and community benefits. Green infrastructure uses management approaches and technologies that use, enhance, and or mimic the natural hydrological cycle, processes of infiltration, evapotranspiration, and reuse. At a large scale, it is an interconnected network of green space that conserves natural systems and provides assorted benefits to human populations. At a local scale, it provides stormwater by infiltrating into the ground where it is generated using vegetation or porous surfaces, or by capturing it for later reuse. Green infrastructure practice can be used to achieve no net loss of pervious surface by creating infiltration of stormwater in an amount equal to or greater than the infiltration lost on the placement of new impervious surface. Definition of habitat restoration activities are activities with the sole purpose of restoring habitats that have only temporary impacts and long-term benefits to habitat. Such projects cannot include ancillary structures such as storage shed for maintenance equipment, must demonstrate that no rise in the BFE would occur, BFE meaning, I don't know, would occur as a result of the project and obtain a FLOMAR and LOMAR and have attained any other required standard permits. Hazard trees is defined as standing, dead, dying, or diseased trees, or ones with a structural defect that makes it likely to fail in whole or in part. A few more longer definitions. Hydrologically equivalent elevation. A location, for example, a site where no net loss standards are implemented is approximately equal to another, that is an impacted site, relative to the same 100-year water surface elevation contour or base flood elevation. This may be estimated based on the point that is used along the same approximate line perpendicular to the direction of flow. Hydrologically connected definition. The interconnection of groundwater and surface water such that they constitute one water supply and use of either results in an impact to both. Impervious surface. A surface that cannot be penetrated by water and thereby prevents infiltration, increases the amount and rate of surface water runoff, leading to erosion of stream banks, degradation of habitat, and increased sediment loads in streams. Such surfaces can accumulate large amounts of pollutants that are then flushed into local water bodies during storms and can also interfere with recharge of groundwater and base flows to water bodies. Some of these some of these definitions are beyond the definition, they're really comments. Definition for low impact development, an approach to low land development or redevelopment that works with nature to manage stormwater as close to the source as possible. It employs principles such as preserving and recreating natural landscape features and minimizing effective imperviousness to create functional and appealing site drainage that treats stormwater as a resource rather than a waste product. Low impact development refers to designing and implementing practices that can be employed at the site level to control stormwater and help replicate the pre-development hydrology of the site. Low impact development helps achieve no net loss of previous surface by infiltrating stormwater in an amount equal to or greater than the infiltration loss by the placement of new impervious surfaces. This is a subset of green infrastructure. Mean high water mark. We're in the M's. The average high water height of each tidal day observed by the National Tidal Datum Epoch. Deleted a phrase of new construction from new construction. No net loss, a standard where adverse impacts must be avoided or offset through adherence to certain requirements so that there is no net change in the functional model ordinance language, National Flood Insurance Program, page 3 to 7, NFIP ESA, integration in Oregon draft model ordinance from the existing condition when a development application is submitted to the state, tribal, or local jurisdiction. Floodplain function of floodplain storage, water quality, and vegetation must be maintained. Off-site, mitigation occurring outside of the project area. On-site, mitigation occurring within the project area. Ordinary high water mark. The line the shore established by the fluctuation of water and indicated by physical characteristics such as clear natural line impressed on the bank, shelving, changes to the character of soil, destruction of terrestrial vegetation, presence of litter and debris or other appropriate means that consider the characteristics of the surrounding area. Qualified professionals, appropriate subject matter expert as defined by the community. Reach, this comes up later. Reach, a section of a stream or river along with similar hydrological conditions exist, conditions exist, such as discharge depth, area, and slope. Can also be the length of the stream or river with varying conditions between major tributaries or two stream gauges of the length of the river for which the characteristics are well described by readings of a single stream gauge. Riparian, of adjacent to or living on the bank of the river, lake, pond, or other water body. Riparian buffer zone, this is, again, will come up. The outer body of a riparian buffer zone is measured from the ordinary high water line of a fresh water body, lake, pond, ephemeral, intermittent, or perennial stream, or mean high water line of a marine shoreline or tidally influenced river reached 170 feet horizontally on each side of the stream or 170 feet inland from the mean high water. The riparian buffer zone includes the area between these outer buffers on each side of the stream, including the stream channel. Where the riparian buffer zone is larger than the special flood hazard area, the no net loss standard shall only be applied to the area within the special flood hazard areas. This is something that I have learned. Riparian buffer zone fringe, the areas outside the riparian buffer zone and the floodway, but still within the SFHA. Silviculture, the art and science of controlling established growth, composition, health, and quality of forests and woodlands. Okay, down to you. Undeveloped space. The volume of flood capacity and fish accessible, egressable habitat from the existing ground of the base flood elevation that is undeveloped. Any form of development, including but not limited to the addition of fill, structure, concrete model ordinance language, flood insurance program 3 through 9, ordinance structures, vaults and tanks, pilings, levees, dikes, or any other development that reduces flood storage volume and fish accessible, egressable habitat must achieve no net loss. Those are the definitions. I neglected to note that within Yachats, I believe there's only 6 properties that fall into the floodplain that we are considering here. But there are properties in that area that wish to make some changes, or should they wish to make changes, this will apply to them. So if you want to build an addition to your home, you have to dig up ground and put in a foundation. These rules apply to that. We just read some of the definitions as to why. Okay, 5.4.040, administration. Some grammatical corrections or clarifications and adding a section I, whether the proposed development activity complies with the no net loss standards in section 6954.06. Then we need a permit review, sorry. Information, this is in the next section, number 2, information to be obtained and maintained. Following information shall be obtained and maintained and shall be available for public inspection. We've added documentation of how no net loss standards have been met. And under variance, variance D, variance shall only be issued upon, you've added, I'm sorry, that's not correct. Under variance procedures, we've added one additional variance procedure. That is, variances shall not be issued unless it is demonstrated that the development will not result in net loss of the following proxies for 3 floodplain functions in the flood area. Undeveloped space, pervious surface, or trees 6 inches DBH or greater. DBH stands for diameter of breast height, by the way. So 6-inch trees, about 4'10", I think it is. We've added to provisions of flood hazard reduction, general standards, and no net loss standards. The following standards shall be adhered to. Subdivision proposals and other proposed developments. B4 is comply with no net loss standards in sections I4.060. And in, I think we're in the same section. This is under specific standards for riverine, including all non-coastal flood zones. These specific standards shall apply to all new construction and substantial improvements. In addition to the general standards, we have added to the section for riverine, special flood areas, base flood elevations. In addition to the general standards, the following specifics we have added to paragraph A, when determined that structural elevation is not possible and replacement of fill cannot meet the above standard impacts to undeveloped space, must adhere to the no net loss standards in section 6.1C, which we will get to. Okay, in conditional letter of map provisions, we have added that the encroachment comply with no net loss standards in the section. And we've deleted a section of variances because it was addressed prior. I read some of that. Now we get into some of the area that is new, which is 54.060 standards for protection of special flood hazard areas, floodplain functions. The standards described below shall apply to all special flood hazards as defined above. No net loss standards. No net loss, 3 proxies for floodplain functions mentioned in section 1 is required for developments in the special flood hazard area that would reduce undeveloped space, increase impervious surface, result in a loss of trees that are 6 inches DBH or greater. No net loss can be achieved by first avoiding negative effects in floodplain functions to the degree possible, and then minimizing effects, then replacing. So first minimizing effects, then replacing or otherwise compensating for, offsetting, or rectifying residual adverse effects to the 3 floodplain functions. Prior to issuance of any development authorization, the applicant shall, 1, demonstrate a legal right by the property project to implement the proposed activities to achieve no net loss, demonstrate that financial assurances are in place for long-term maintenance and monitoring of all projects to achieve no net loss, and include a management plan that identifies a responsible site manager, stipulates what activities are allowed on site, and requires the posting of signage identifying the site as a mitigation area. B, in that section, compliance with no net loss for undeveloped space or impervious surface is preferred to occur prior to the loss of habitat functions, but at a minimum shall occur concurrent with the loss. To offset the impacts of delay in implementing no net loss, 25% increase in required minimum areas added for each year no net loss implementation is delayed. So if you don't offset in the first year, you have to offset more. No net loss must be provided within, in order of reference, the lot or parcel that floodplain functions were removed from, the same reach of the water body where the development is proposed, and 3, the special floodplain hazard area within the same hydrologically connected area as the proposed development. Table 1 presents the no net loss ratios, which increase based on the preferences listed above. And they, jumping ahead, I'll tell you, the table shows if you do it on site, you can usually do a 1-to-1. So if you dig up a foundation for a basement, and it was 200 square feet, 500 square feet, you'd have to put in some kind of a retainage or some way to mitigate no net loss of that same size. If it's within the same reach, it doubles. And if it's in the same hydrological area, it triples. If you cut down a tree of 6 inches, you have to replace it with 3. If you do it in the reach, you have to replace it with 5. If you do it within the hydrological area, it has to be 10. And that's what this section is referring to. Undeveloped space. Development shall not reduce the fish accessible and egressible undeveloped space within the special floodplain area. I'm sorry, in the special hazard area. Development proposal with an activity that would impact undeveloped space will achieve no net loss, fish access, and egressable space. Man, that's a tough word. Lost undeveloped space must be replaced with fish accessible and egressable compensatory volume based on the ratio in table 1 and at the same flood level at which the development causes an impact, plus or minus 1 foot of hydrologically equivalent elevation. Hydrologically equivalent sites must be found within either the equivalent 1 foot elevation of the same flood elevation bands The flood elevation bands are identified as ordinary high water, 10 to 25 year, 25 to 50, and 50 to 100. Hydrologically connected to the water body that is the flooding source, designed so that there's no increase in velocity, designed to fill and drain in a manner that minimizes androgynous fish stranding to the greatest extent possible. Impervious surfaces. Impervious surface mitigation shall be mitigated through any of the following options. So if you put in a driveway, for example, development proposal shall not result in a net increase in impervious surfaces within the special floodplain hazard area, or use low impact development or green infrastructure to infiltrate street stormwater produced by the new impervious surface as documented by a qualified professional, or if prior methods are not feasible and documented by a qualified professional, stormwater retention is required to ensure no increase in peak volume or flow and to maximize infiltration and treatment. Peak volume of flow and to maximize infiltration. And treatment is required to minimize pollutant loading. Trees, development proposal shall result in no net loss of trees 6 dBH or greater within the special flood hazard area. Requirement does not apply to silviculture where there is no development. Trees exceeding 6 inches or removed from the RBZ floodplain or RBZ must be replaced. Ratios in table 1, replacement trees must be native species that would occur naturally in the level 3 ecoregion of the impact area. We need to change it.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
We need to change the charter so that we don't have to actually read
I think
every.
it's better for a song.
All right.
I'm finding it riveting.
Yes, I'm sure everybody signed it. Any development proposal that cannot mitigate as specified in A or B must include the following: water quality, pollution reduction, or post-construction stormwater runoff from any net increase in impervious area. B, water treatment retention facilities unless the outfall discharges into the ocean. Sidebar, I don't know why you can pollute into the ocean. Retention facilities must limit discharge to match the pre-development peak discharge rate. And then a description. Treat stormwater to remove sediment and pollutants from impervious surfaces such that at least 80% of the suspended solids are removed from the stormwater prior to discharge into the receiving water body. Be designed to not trap fish and drain to the source of flooding. Be certified by a qualified professional. Stormwater treatment practices for multi-parcel facilities, including subdivisions, shall have an enforceable operation and maintenance agreement to ensure the system functions as designed. This agreement will include access to the treatment facilities by the city for inspection, legally binding documents specifying the parties responsible for the proper maintenance. And the agreement be recorded and bind subsequent purchasers and sellers. For stormwater controls that include vegetation or soil permeability, the operation and maintenance manual must include maintenance of these elements. The responsible party for the operation and maintenance stormwater facility shall have the operation and maintenance manual on site and available at all times and available for inspection. Exemptions from no net loss standards. Following exemptions are not subject. Normal maintenance of structures, such as re-roofing and replacing siding, providing there is no change in the footprint or expansion of the roof of the structure. Normal street, sidewalk, and road maintenance, including filling potholes, repaving, and installing signs and traffic signals, does not alter contours, use of, or alter culverts. Does not include expansion of paved areas. Routine maintenance of landscaping that does not involve grading, excavation, or filling. Routine agricultural practices such as tilling, plowing, etc. Routine silviculture practice that do not meet the definition of development, including harvesting of trees, as long as the root balls are left in place. In forest road construction or maintenance that does not alter contours, use, or alter culverts. Removal of noxious weeds and hazard trees, replacement of non-native vegetation with native vegetation. normal maintenance of above-ground utilities and facilities, such as replacing down power lines and utility lines. Normal maintenance of a levee or other flood control facilities prescribing the operations maintenance plan of a levee or flood control facilities. Habitat restoration activities. Now, 6.4, the part you've been waiting for. Riparian buffer zone, RBZ. The riparian buffer zone is as defined above, 170 feet horizontally in each side of the stream, and including the area between these boundaries. Habitat restorations in the RBZ are considered self-mitigating and are not subject to the no net loss as prescribed above. Functionally dependent uses are only subject to the no net loss standards for development in the RBZ. Ancillary features that are associated with but do not directly impact the functionally dependent use of the RBZ are subject to the beneficial gain standards. In addition to the no net loss, any other use of RBZ requires a greater offset to achieve no net loss of floodplain functions on top of the no net loss standards as described above through the beneficial gain standard. Under FEMA's beneficial gain standard, an area within the same reach of the project or equivalent to 5% of the total project area within the RBZ shall be planted with native herbaceous and shrub vegetation as designated as open space. And that, then we deleted a paragraph in terms of penalties. So that is it.
Good job. That was a big one.
Unbelievable.
Maybe we should all take a chapter.
So for this next time, yeah. So for the those 6 properties, you do have new rules. You will have to be careful about your impervious surfaces. You'll have to abide by these rules of replacing and mitigating any changes that you make that go into the floodplain. As far as I know, we have no, in the properties that are in the floodplain, we have no fish that are developable. There's one area in Quietwater that is a fish ingress and egressable, but they have no building allowed in that area. None of the properties have fish ingress and egress properties. So it's really the impervious surfaces that they will have to abide by.
I think we've said this before, but just for the record, is some explanation for imposing this pain on you and the rest of us. We have no choice here. FEMA has given us rules, saying do this, and if you don't do this, we won't qualify for any flood insurance in your whole town. So, you know, there was no choice. At some point in the future, there will very likely be some wheeling and gnashing of teeth on the part of any one of the 6 owners that wanted to make a change and realizes how complicated it's gonna be. But I think we're stuck with it. And substantively, I do have 2 corrections, which I earnestly hope will not require the mayor to read this again.
I second that.
On page 1, there's an error. There's just a whereas with nothing following it. That's an extra unnecessary word. Second whereas paragraph.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. And in the very last page, I think the date is wrong.
Yeah, the date's wrong.
Oh, that's the first one. Yeah.
Well, but the adoption date is the adopt.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, it's wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
And these, I believe that they actually go into effect 30 days after the adoption.
But
it says June 18th.
Oh, right.
yeah,
That was when we read it the first time. Yeah.
so assuming that you can get a majority vote on this, it would be today's date.
Yes. Okay. All right, can I get a amendment? Yeah, a motion. Yeah, no kidding. Can I get a motion to approve the changes to ordinance chapter 9.54? What's the name of the ordinance? That's
Suggest that we phrase that in terms of the typographical corrections.
yes,
So
yeah,
not, so that's
yes,
understood, it's not, nothing substantive.
yeah.
It's change.
So the motion would be for approval of chapter 9.54.10 flood damage prevention regulations with the typographical corrections as noted.
So moved.
All right, can I get a vote? I think we're in alignment on this. Maybe we should go around because it is an ordinance.
Yes.
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 With great enthusiasm, yes.
And the mayor votes yes. So we can put this behind us. Thank you to city staff and thank you to the planning commission. If,
For plate for over a year now.
yeah, yeah. And
Way that for the public, I don't take too much time, but to make this like in pure English, like at least a summary of like a couple
I think
paragraphs,
it's worth considering, but we don't need to do it now.
because that's a huge mouthful.
well,
It's highly technical.
yeah,
Well, I know, but I mean, at least to give kind of like groundwork, if you do this, this and this, you need to read the rules and make sure you're following it, you know, it's like.
yeah, we need to be, when we do that, we do need to be careful about not oversimplifying it to the.
Yeah, I do
Choosing
think
any of it.
Yeah, that you said.
Mhm.
I suppose.
And I will note, I should have probably done this, but there is a website. I did attend a seminar on this topic this week or last week. It's FEMA.gov about, yeah, I can't read the whole thing. Organization, I can provide that to anybody that's. It's actually a fairly easy to follow discussion as to why it's why they're requiring this and the history of all the being sued and when the various proposals were done. And it's actually, I believe, the comment period closes September 30th for the environmental, the ESA, environmental statement. So it's still ongoing. So this is actually just a middle step, but I don't see us having to change it going forward. Okay.
Thank you.
Phew. That said, consent agenda. Again, to the community, if you want to really understand what's going on in the city, highly recommend that you read the city manager and city staff report. It's excellent. I had no questions in that area. Did other people want to highlight anything or no?
ADA restrooms, I put a check next
All
to.
right,
Tree holes, I put a check next to.
which I need to.
So reading the consent agenda, looking at the sheriff's report, seeing that the trees were coming in, knowing that the speed radar trailer is coming in, I would really like to see how all of those traffic calming measures help, if it helps the traffic at all before we start going into like cameras, which are surveillance and just things like that. I think we have a lot of traffic calming measures coming through and it would be nice to see how those work before we do something that's quite cost prohibitive and potentially make us not look like good people.
I'm not opposed to hearing what is being said, like they want to present, but I agree. I mean, just like, yeah, okay, we'll hear you. But we want to see how this is going first.
Well, and if they're gonna, like, how much time are they spending looking at it? Like, would it be better to pause, so they're not wasting their time and see if we actually need a speed camera? I don't know how much time they're
Yeah,
spending.
that's a big point of why I wanted to bring them to the table before, because it is a quite extensive project and I don't really want staff time or volunteer time really pushing and researching and spending a lot of time and reaching out to different organizations and municipalities and working on this if it's not a direction that we're wanting to go. So, but if it is, then yes. But I want that to come from the city council if that's the direction we want to go or not. I think it's a very big project, and I see that it takes a lot of volunteer time and staff time, and also a lot of corresponding with other municipalities and jurisdictions. So
the letter that we received from one of our citizens, I thought, did an excellent job of just explaining why this makes no sense for Yachats. And I agree, these people are putting lots of time into it. They're going to Newburgh, I think, today, which I thought was odd because we're a very different community than Newburgh. But, they are very smart people, know what they're doing, but you hate to have them put hours and hours in. If we already have them things we need to put in, if they don't work, it might be a backup. But I've been asking people out on the street what they think about this, and I've tried to be very neutral, which is really hard for me, but I'm passionate. And now, what I keep hearing is, this is not Yachats. This is not who we are. You come to Yachats, you have a great time, and then you go home and get an 131 to 162. I don't know, the one I paid is 162, but that was years ago. Dollar ticket. It just, I would like to hear just what their philosophy is and why we should do this. I mean, what even got them here? I know they are very concerned about safety, and I think we all are. But I think we have some things we're going to try, for lack of a better word. And I say, give them some time to see if they work. Now, if they want to keep working on it, fine, but.
Well, it's kind of like if you do any scientific experiment, you don't change 5 variables at the same time because then
Right.
you don't know which one worked.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And it's very expensive. The research I've done is this is not cheap.
Operationally, it's not cheap.
So anyway, I think, yeah.
Okay, that's it.
I agree with Nicole. I agree with all of those remarks. But the one that makes most sense is what you started with, that we're already doing some things. Let's see how it pans out.
Okay. Anything else?
I was impressed, I think Bobby brought this up earlier, at least seemingly in comparison with previous reports, the deputy's report looked like, wow, look at all those stops.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's like where he's been or the timing or whatever, but I was like a couple months ago, I said, I'm not feeling like we got enough, but this time I really was impressed.
He's out early. I mean, because I walk my dog at the crack of dawn, and between 6:30 and 7 is when I see him, and he does a run around Marine Drive, and yeah, he's out there.
Yeah, he is. He's been very responsive to any kind of call that I need to make to him, or if I receive any kind of caution or worry about a certain area, he'll stake out and he'll watch that area and kind of observe what's going on, and and really communicative with me. I think it's been great. When I saw the volume in this one, I actually went back to several previous months. Was like, did I miss including some of them in the past? But no, but he's just very, very, very active out there, and it's been good to see.
I think it falls under the old paradigm, see something, say something. And if citizens are concerned about something, they need to call 911 or the non-emergency number. If there's activity that is concerning but doesn't quite rise to that level, I think calls to City Hall would be appropriate. So you're just kind of concerned about whatever it is. So if you don't say anything, you don't get to complain. No, that's not true. You do get to complain. Yes.
On that subject, is it, and I'm not sure that you want this, but if if you see something, say something, well, to whom? A lot of people, I don't want to call the sheriff's office about this. Do we want people to understand that they can call City Hall for an objective, for a second opinion in City Hall's ability to have a direct
Mhm.
pipeline to the sheriff on duty.
Mhm. Yeah, if it's a really a non-emergency kind of an observation kind of thing, I would suggest request tracker, excuse me, so that it can be in that system. If it's something that, like you're saying, that they're concerned about, but just not quite sure if it's a 911 kind of call, and yeah, they could call City Hall, and I have a direct line with whoever's on duty in our South County area. Yeah.
Sure you do. I didn't want to put that out on the record that, hey, let's call Bobby.
Not me directly.
Unless you're ready.
Yeah. Yeah.
I sent an email to Neil and Becca yesterday because I have not been able to get Request Tracker to work. And I will go see them again, but it keeps, even if you've forgotten your password, it keeps sending me back to the same place. And so I ended up sending an email directly to our code enforcer. But I've never gotten that site to work.
Okay. I would suggest bringing in your laptop that you access or whatever you're using to access.
I mean, I don't know if other people have the same issue, but I just, when you said that,
Mhm.
I don't want people to get frustrated and they can't.
Yeah, but an email to code enforcement works as well.
I would use it for a while, but it has worked for me.
Yeah, I'm
That's
doing
doing
it
it
right
right
now.
now.
It is
So
accepting my
I like,
email
that,
and password.
but bring your system in and they can see whether
Okay.
if there's an issue.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a couple notes real quick to this. With the ADA restrooms, we have accepted a bid from a local contractor company and permits are on their way. So construction will be starting on that project very soon. That's really exciting. And our flashing lights are up and working. And the flags that have been very popular and well received and have been receiving lovely comments about have been moved to 3rd Street, and our Public Works Department will be getting more and to place it at other high level crossing points. I'd like to make a quick comment too on the Travel Oregon Commission meeting that was here last week. The mayor and I had the opportunity to do a local welcome to the commission, and they spent 3 days here in Yachats, really getting immersed with the community and going and shopping in our local businesses and eating in our restaurants and getting to know Yachats. So that was a really wonderful opportunity. And they shared some really exciting news that Oregon is going to be the first accessibility verified state with the Wheel the World, a national organization that we started with here in Yachats in 2022. So it's a movement that started here and has grown to statewide. So it's very exciting. Then we are starting to do some discovery on a local improvement district as well as a new urban renewal district. Those are some of the big things I have to comment on. Our Parks and Commons Commission is in the process of kind of figuring out their direction and what they're to be focusing on, and if it's work groups or continuing on as a commission kind of continues to be the conversation topic. There's some information about that in the content or the consent agenda for their meeting notes. Also, yesterday we had a Red Cross training here at the Commons to set this space up as an emergency shelter, whether it's us doing it as community members or us using our emergency manager from Lincoln County to call in American Red Cross and having them come and set it up, or both. We, I think, have received some really wonderful training to be able to jump into action and have a good idea of what we need to do to set this space up, regardless, or kind of no matter what the emergency is that we might need to have an emergency shelter for. And on October 9th, we will run a simulation on that.
And I will second the training. I really learned a lot in the training. I did not, kind of had one vision of what it would, what an emergency shelter would be, and kind of really opened up my eyes to what it can be and what's required. I think, and we need to have some work on some of our processes. I said it in the meeting, but I'll say it again. One of the concerns is that, we have this excellent city staff that has keys to this, that, and we got Bobby. And if there was a real emergency, they may not be able to get here. And so we need to have backups for that in those cases. And then just letters of agreement with various organizations, which the Emergency Preparedness Committee is reaching out to all kinds of organizations, and more on that later, but restaurants, Sea Air, fire department, of course, and many others. And I'm just so happy that the Emergency Preparedness Committee is so committed to getting us ready. And we've got a great facility here that can really be used well if we plan and look ahead and figure it all out. So I'm really, it was great training. And when October 9th, is it? I really encourage citizens to come up to October 9th. If there's an emergency and you've not been thinking about it, don't know where to go and what it might look like, you're going to be at a disadvantage. And we'd much rather that everybody was prepared, ready to go, and knew what to do.
Another note that was shared during the training yesterday is that the American Red Cross has fire alarms for free. They will come to anybody's home and place fire alarms in their homes for free. And they will do one for every single room and one for each common area. So that's something that I think we should bring, and create an event around where people can all sign up and Red Cross can go to multiple houses in a day. Mhm.
Do they change the batteries for you?
The fire department will, on request, will actually do that.
Will they really?
I know they do it for at least one family.
Wow. When I get up on a 10-foot ladder.
Yeah, that's
Probably a good decision. I'm thinking.
okay. Moving forward, any additional comment?
Yes.
Yes.
So the Parks and Commons report's not in here. I looked in two different
Yeah.
places.
Oh, yeah.
I did not
So-
see that.
I thought I saw it once, but now it's disappeared, but it was like when it first came out. Now I can't find it.
See it?
No, the Public Works is there, emergency preparedness, planning,
I thought I read it there a few days ago.
So-
It's not there now.
finance.
I will get that out to you all right now. It's on.
All right.
I did not see that.
Okay. Anything on our August meeting summary?
Is there anything that can be shared or told to us about, under the Commons, summary about the conduct agreement?
Yeah, there had been some complaints about inappropriate conduct that was happening within the varying user groups. And so,
In groups that rent or whatever?
well, our local user groups.
Okay.
I'm not specific going to name any of
Right,
these,
right, no, I knew that.
but we have a handful of physical activity groups that happen here.
Right,
And
right.
there was some complaints of inappropriate conduct. And so we had to take that seriously.
Okay.
And we had to put a policy in place. And now we're having everybody who participates in these varying activities, all of them will sign an agreement.
Okay, thanks.
Again, moving forward, August meeting summary, any comments, financial reports. We sent out an amended page of fund balance. There's a small error there was an error that was corrected. as well as, no, with the only thing I would say on the financial is, we essentially spent more than we brought in, or I should say more that we spent down our reserves. I think that's the more appropriate. And that is not unintentional. When you look at the reserves for the city of Yachats, we are way above what is kind of recommended for municipalities to have in reserve. I'm sure there are some people that would like to save money forever and see the pot continue to grow. But that's, in my opinion, that's not really the function of a city. We are not a savings account. We are an organization that provides services to our community. And we had not done so for many years, and now we're starting to do so. So we spent down our reserves by about 6% this year. It's nothing alarm. I don't want anybody to be alarmed. We're still in excellent shape with a very, very hefty $10 million balance in reserves. So, and that's for a city of 1,000, that's more than it should be. And as we move forward, the estuary walkway, you might see some more of that coming down. But we do have to be judicious moving forward, given the current economic conditions. We just don't know. So we want to kind of restrict what we're spending to those things that we have planned and forecasted. Okay. Any other comments on the consent agenda? We get a motion to approve the consent agenda for September city council meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed, it passes. I see that is our West Tech engineer representative is here. We're going to again kind of bump some of the order. We're going to go into ongoing business. The property review for the proposed water tank. We're going to open that up and ask the West Tech engineer to give us an update. We did discuss some of this and looked at some of the images in our work session.
Ray, if you have your computer and want to log into our Zoom account, then anybody who's on Zoom is able to also see what you're showing and describing.
I was thinking something like that. I'm not that specific before I might be
Okay.
stepping through.
And I'll just give a little bit of background information really quick for any of those who are joining us that are unfamiliar with the project. So what Ray from West Tech Engineer will be going over today is the geotech results from the proposed water tank site that we've been looking at for many, many months now and discussing for many, many months now. In August of 2024, it was discovered that our current water tank is located on unstable grounds. And we've been exploring other options since. And I had identified a property that we are in agreement with to be doing this discovery to decide to find out if this is the space where we should be building our water tank or not. As we know, our grounds are sensitive here in Yachats. We have not a lot of flat ground available. We have a lot of hillside, and we also have a lot of concern of unstable grounds as well. Risk of slides is a really large potential in most of our areas. So before investing millions of dollars into a new water tank, we need to decide and discover if the land is good for that. So the number one step for that was to have the geotechnical engineer study done of the property that we have an agreement with. And so we've got to that point, and we're just about to hear from West Tech Engineering their discovery and suggestions for the city. So welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity. Good introduction to get things started. And about where I was gonna start with the idea that the driver for this is the idea that there was a geotech investigation on the current tank last year. Indicated that the site was not stable. The recommendation was find another place for a tank. There's been, there was some looking around for that. A site was chosen, and I think at this point, if I can get in,
So if you go
I see City of Nahas.
Yep. The agenda and meetings.
So I gotta get on the internet
Yeah.
first. Is there a specific? Well, honors, what I'm seeing here is COIO.
Go. Or let's see. You can go to that one right there.
Or event.
I'll just open one down here. Cancel. And then can put that one right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just go to the internet or our website, Yahats, Oregon.
Let's take 5 minutes, 10 minutes over. So approximately 7, 8 minutes while we're getting connected up here. All right, we're going to come back in session. All right. Hey, thank you for getting hooked up, your patience.
Yeah, patience with who we're sitting through
Yeah,
your dramatic reading.
yes. He's an engineer.
I'm glad he's here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ready?
We are ready. Go ahead.
Okay, so the main question, as I understand it for today, and what West Tech has been working on with our geotechnical sub-consultant is the question of whether or not the city should move forward with the purchase of basically the site you see on the screen for the construction of a new city water reservoir water tank. And if you've looked through the information that I provided, the answer is there isn't an easy answer. If you were hoping that I would come here and say, this is great, go for it, or this is bad, don't do it, it's not going to be that easy. And I think that ultimately there are some considerations for the city in terms of just how they really want to do it. The simple answer to the question is, to the question of, can this site be used? Would it work to build a large 1 million gallon plus water reservoir on this site? The answer is yes, it can be done. It would work. It would work fine. But as we were looking at the data from the geotechnical exploration, what it will take to do what's needed to put that kind of a tank on this particular site will be expensive. It'll be, it's complex, it's difficult, and it's expensive. And so as I was looking at that, I'm going, oh, that's used to seeing other sites in other places. It's like, are there any other options? And I was aware, I know that the city and others at West Tech have looked at other sites and looked at a variety of places in the process of saying, well, this one might work. And I'm going to go through some other ideas, and that's really what they are. They're ideas, they're possibly options, but as I've stated in the letter report, there aren't any easy options, there aren't any cheap options. And so I just kind of want to step through first what we did find, what it looks like, why it costs as much as it does, and what those numbers look like. A key part of this presentation, this discussion, this letter report is with the focus being on, should we use this site or should we walk away? That's been the focus of what I've been working on, what the Geotech has been working on, as opposed to getting into all of the details about everything that it would take to build a new reservoir on this site. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that as we go into the discussion. So the key to finding a site is finding a site that's at the correct elevation. You have the existing Radar Road site. If that was the upper Radar Road reservoir, if that was the only reservoir you had, then you might have some flexibility to shift things around a little bit. You also have a large reservoir on the south side of the river that the two function together. And so if you try to go up or down from the existing elevation of the upper radar road. You're either too high or too low, and your old reservoir isn't gonna function in conjunction. Your old reservoir south of the river, old, I don't think it's all that old. It's actually relatively new, but your existing reservoir south of the river will not function properly, so. Down. There we go. So one of the things that is important to look at here in this next figure, and as I mentioned in the letter report, the city was looking at a couple of reservoirs possibly, and there was a suggestion, gee, if we could build one as large as 1.5 million gallons, that would be great. One of the things that you'll see in the report, and I'll touch on briefly as we discuss this, the bigger you go with this particular site, the harder and more expensive it gets to actually fit on the site. You can see where this is sitting at the correct elevation and the contours. Let me see if I can. The elevation that we're really looking at is this 220 contour, which kind of wraps through here. And so we've got to be in this little flag section of the site to put the reservoir at the elevation that it needs to be. And the picture here shows a 1 million gallon reservoir, not a 1.5 million gallon reservoir, with enough room on one side of it to get around it with some vehicles and stuff like that, and some basic access on the back side or the south side. And if you look at the property lines, that's squeezing it in pretty tight to begin with, especially when the site is sloping at 2-to-1, which means that you can't move very far before you either have to cut more or fill more to stay at the desired elevation. This shows essentially a slice right through the middle of the tank, looking at a side view, and you can see the ground sloping, and then there's rock. There were 2 geotechnical borings done, and in both of them, the rock was nominally 25 feet down. So for this, we've essentially assumed that that's generally what we have out there. And we'd like the tank to sit at least partially on the rock. Ideally, if you could, the more you can put on the rock, the easier it is to deal with. And the more stable it's going to be. But at this point, both between the property line, the elevation, and just trying to fit all the pieces together, this is the scenario we chose as the primary one to analyze. The thing to notice on this is that to build that tank in that location at the right elevation, it's a 47-foot tall wall on the backside, built into an already relatively steeply sloping hillside. Very expensive to build that wall. And it ultimately literally has to wrap most of the way around the tank. Then on the, called out as the north wall, to get that access to be able to work around the tank, we've got to build a wall and build things up just a little bit out there. So this is just a slice through the tank and kind of the picture of what it would take to fit that on the property. Again, this is a 1 million gallon tank. If I tried to make it larger, it would push the tank further into the hill, and the wall behind it would get even taller than the 47 foot that's shown. Okay, so there's a little bit of a lag here. Should be another figure coming up. There. So what this figure is showing you is that as that wall wraps around the tank, as you come around to the sides, it does get shorter. Here, out here under in this area where the tank is sitting on the ground but above the rock, basically we need to install what the geotech calls rigid inclusions. Basically, they pound rock into the dirt to build rock piers to set that on. The rigid inclusions to support essentially the floor of the tank, and that exterior access way is estimated to cost another $600,000. So just to get the walls and those rigid inclusions, they're $2 million. The earthwork access road is another. The road has been cut, but to finish rocking it to make it useful, another $500,000. And then in talking this over with the geotech, you'll see in the letter report another site contingency, $500,000. Remember that at this point, just to do this level of exploration, we've done 2 geotechnical holes. If the city was to say, yeah, after looking at all the other options, we want to go forward with this, additional geotechnical investigation would be required to fine tune in the design process. The geotech, we discussed it, the geotech is confident that the site will work, but to make sure that the engineering design fits the full range of site conditions, some additional geotechnical work would be needed on this particular site. So, you know, as the letter report says, you know, $3 million simply to get this site ready to build the tank there. If you had different circumstances, just for comparisons, and this is partly mentioned just because, you know, people in the city might talk to somebody else and say, well, it didn't cost that much in such and such a place to build a tank there. That place probably didn't have the specific circumstances for trying to build a tank. So with that as kind of the basis, I'll directly say it was my immediate reaction, wow, can we do better? You know, is there some other option? And with the expectation or the sense that the city, you and other community members might say, do we have any other options? Before I go into the options, I want to briefly kind of run through how your city water system operates, because it's a little bit complex just in and of itself, simply because you have so much elevation difference just within the small footprint of the city. And so what you see on the screen here are your water zones, and you need separate services for each zone. Otherwise, the water pressure in the zone would be either too high for your users or too low for your users. So you've got the green and the yellow, those are almost sister zones that operate somewhat together. And you can see on in the legend that those are served by the lower Radar Road and the upper Radar Road reservoirs. Then as you go up the hill, you've got the pink, the blue, whatever, red, pink, blue, magentas, etc., all representing different elevation zones. And you get a little bit different picture of how this is played out, where those zones are now shown at their respective elevations, the different tanks that are serving them. Each of those tanks has to be served by pump stations. And as mentioned in the letter report, and one of the things that will be discussed as I kind of step through some of the ideas that I present regarding options, in those, wrong direction. In those upper zones, they're being served by pumps and 10,000 gallon tanks, which is unusual within a municipality, because it definitely has less firefighting ability than your zones where you're being served by. Typically, the fire code looks for 1,000 gallons a minute for 2 hours, which is essentially 120,000 gallons of firefighting capacity for a zone. And each up the hill, all of those smaller tanks are just 10,000 gallon tanks. So there's definitely something to be aware of there. Go to this figure. This really serves to I want to point out a couple of different things on this. And each of the dark black lines represent the tank elevation of the zones as you move up your hill. And so the lowest one at 220 feet is where your upper Radar Road reservoir is. And then you can see that there are 3 tanks above that. The lower Radar Road is again very similar in elevation to the upper Radar Road. And the other thing to notice about that, for any of those 220 or the other elevations up from there, 426, 546, intermediate ones, they're all on the hillside. They're all in the steep slopes, and building a tank on the hillside, it doesn't matter where you move along that line, all the way around where that line is inside the city or even outside it. You're in the hillside, you're going to be building into the hillside. So your circumstances, if we try to look at some other sites, don't change that much. They're all in that hillside, with one exception at the 220 elevation. And so if you look over south of the river into this area here, there is actually one, it's outside the city, but there is one little mount, hill, knoll, whatever you want to call it. It sits right at that 220 elevation. So that might be of interest if the city, after discussing it, thinks that going with multiple tanks may be useful. As I mentioned in the letter report, because that's south of the city, the majority of the city is north of the river, would not recommend putting all your eggs in that one basket there. But if you're looking at splitting them up with options, then that might be a place to look that might be less expensive to develop than some of the other sites that are on the steeply sloping hillside. The other place where you're at the top of the hill is up here at the 7 and the 712 contour, and there's the one up there at Horizon Hill Road. And then there's this other little one out here, but there's a fairly good size piece of ground of 700 out there outside the city. It's a fair ways, but I mean, if you look around, a lot of municipalities, especially like in the valley, run out of town a ways and go up one of the little hills just outside of town to build their tanks. It is done. But to get out there and to do everything you'd have to do out there would also have some significant costs that we'll talk about that option a little bit later. So, just what I did is I went along that 220 contour within the main portion of the city, and the two, in here, you've got 2 circles. One's a 1 million gallon tank. One is a 500,000 gallon tank. And I'll talk a little bit about the cost differential for a 1 million gallon tank versus a $500,000 gallon tank. It's not as much as you'd like, but it is less. But you can see here, again, you're still in hillside. You've got a little bit of an advantage in the sense that you're not up that other hillside. You've got already developed roads that are there. These would be more central to your existing water distribution system, but they may not be connecting to the best parts of it. So upgrades to the water system might be needed as well. So there's a couple of sites, I toss out there. The only thing that we know about these sites at this point is they've got no worse of a hillside slope. They're slightly better in some cases than the Fistera site, and they're at nominally the right elevation, but we have no geotech on them. If you choose to at least explore other options, one of the first things you would need to do is go do geotech on these other sites, and you don't know what you're gonna find. It may be as challenging or worse than what you know about the Facera site right now. So here's another one, Hanley Drive. And then finally, at the 220 elevation, this one south of the river, kind of south of Quiet Water, and there is an access road kind of over here that gives you fairly short access to that site. And then just keeping in mind all of the different things that you've got to consider there. So I mentioned that, it is less expensive to develop, to build a 500,000 gallon tank on a hillside than a 1 million gallon tank. I left the walls for the 1 million gallon tank there so that you can kind of get a more readily obvious comparison between the two. And it's smaller, but when you start totaling up the, your wall goes from 47 foot tall to 37 foot tall. 37 foot tall is still a pretty big wall. If you go to the square foot, which is where your dollar costs come in, so I've got a separate table on page 6 for what the site development costs here, and just kind of cutting to the chase. The $3 million drops down to 2.2 or something like that. So you're in the dollars per gallon, you're probably not coming out ahead. But if you could develop this at 2.2 and the site south of the river for 500,000, then you'd be at 2.7 compared to 3. It's again, I just keep coming back to the idea that there's no simple solution. So the one other idea that I mentioned in the letter report is the idea that if you wanted to put one large tank up at the top of the hill in the vicinity of 700, 712, there appear to be at least there's some potential. Sites are small. It wouldn't be easy. You'd have to completely reconfigure your whole water system. The significant benefit from this, should this be the direction chosen, is that now all of your water would be at the top of the hill, and these circles represent a 1.5 million gallon tank as opposed to a 1 or a 500,000 gallon tank, so that you would have better fire protection at those other elevations above essentially the upper radar road zone. And I didn't show a figure for this particular scenario, remembering that there is that other site out of town, east of the north end of the Horizon Hill Road. All of that is just really conceptual to try to give you a sense of really seeing two main options. That's kind of the summary that I think is important to the city. The real two options, as I would characterize them right now, is the goal is to replace the 1 million gallon upper radar road reservoir the simplest, the best known solution with geotech is to go to the Fistera site, build a 1 million gallon reservoir there, and move on with life. It will work. The other is to look at the various concepts, ideas, options, if you will, that I've run through at a very high level and with very little detail. And as a city, make a decision that is, we're not ready to move forward with full commitment on the Fistera site, and go back essentially to the master planning level and look at some other options. Yes.
I have a question. I have no knowledge of any of this, I'll be honest with you. It's been 30 years in Illinois, so we have no hills there. The money's important, but I need some understanding of the stability of these. If you've got that much water up there, which is probably heavy, you've got all the tank and everything. Can you predict some stability based on the weather we have here? And that's my main concern, is the stability.
And that was one of my very similar concerns, and discussed it very explicitly and very bluntly with the geotechnical engineer. And the geotechnical engineer says, if you build it with the proper design to code, yes, it is stable. It is the wall that would be on the back side of that. It's expensive for a reason. One of the things that I learned in doing this is that to build that wall, and it's just completely backwards to me, you have to build it from the top down.
Wow.
You cut into the hillside some number of feet, you sink the anchors into the hillside that are going to hold it back, and then you build a section of the wall, and you dig down another section of feet, you sink the next round of anchors into the wall, finish building the wall. It was pointed out to me in that discussion that as you're going into Portland on I-5 in the Terwilliger curves, and where they just built those big walls on the west side of I-5 as you're dropping down into Portland, that's how those walls were built. And it's, and that's why they were built that way, because it was such a steep hillside and such challenging geotechnical circumstances. So the answer that the geotech is confident of is yes, we will design it. It will be stable.
Okay.
I have a question. When you were talking about the tank that was at the top of the mountain, and you talked about how there'd be more fire protection because of that, can you just elaborate a little bit more what that means?
Okay, yes. I'd start to, again, with the reference to the typical fire protection design, which is 1,000 gallons a minute for 2 hours or 120. And then when you factor in to that the normal reserves and daily usages and all that kind of stuff, typical standalone water tanks that cover both domestic use and fire protection are in a minimum of like 200 to 300,000 gallon range. All of the tanks for the upper 3 zones are only 10,000 gallons, and they're served by booster pumps. And I'm pretty sure I honestly can't tell you exactly what they are, But I'm pretty sure that those tanks, those pumps are just designed to fill that tank. I doubt that they pump it 1,000 gallons a minute. And they would have to pump up multiple levels as you go up. So if you put 1 million, 1.2, 1.5 at the top of the hill, then your water's there and it flows down much more easily than it is to try to force it up the
So
hill.
less chances of fire hydrants going dry, you're saying?
Correct. No, if you tried to get 1,000 gallons a minute out of any of the upper zones today, you have less than 10 minutes of water to begin with, which doesn't do much for a fire.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Right, my question is, we have a sort of a dual purpose where we're looking at housing. And as we would prepare the site and scrape the earth, how suitable would that be for fill for housing along the road that we've now cut in there?
The challenge, yes, you can fill. That's part of the geotechnical answers. The material is good material. It's not unstable, it's good dirt. But the whole site is on that nominally 2-to-1 side slope, so even without a geotech, whenever I'm doing some grading as a general everyday civil engineer, and so say I've got a site and I want to bench out for a building, for a parking lot. Typically 2-to-1 is the maximum slope that you want to use. You can push it to 1.5-to-1. In a lot of ways, that's not much of a difference. But if you're on a 2-to-1 slope to begin with, you can't, the only way you can create those level spots is by building walls on one side or the other. Or, for example, if you were looking to just build a house, you could sink piles or posts and build the houses, and you see that on hillsides quite a bit. They're sitting on tall 6x6 wood posts or something like that. But if you're already on 2-to-1, if I had a whiteboard, I'd draw a picture, but that's okay. If you just picture it, I can't cut like this, otherwise now I've got vertical on the uphill side. I can't fill like this, otherwise I'm too steep on the downhill side.
Okay.
So that site is a challenging site for pretty much anything anybody would want to do with it.
Yeah.
You mentioned if we went up top, we'd have to rebuild our water system. What would we have to do to the rest of our water system to build up top?
Right now, the main, to go up the hill at all, you have to have a pump. And right now, essentially your primary pump is going to that Upper Radar Road reservoir. You would need to add another fairly expensive pump station. And you gotta make that work. And that's where we're back to the master planning. It's like, well, you might not want to put a pump station right there at the Upper Radar Road reservoir, because you already determined that the hillside there is not terribly stable. So somehow, but that's the that's the natural place to put it. Because right now you have a 12-inch water line from the water treatment plant up to the Upper Radar Road Reservoir, which is your primary storage for the whole city at this point in time. If you move that up the hill, you then need to add another pump station, and you wouldn't pump that through going up the hill. The rest of the pipes up the hill are undersized as well. They're 6 inches, maybe some 8 inches, maybe some 4 inches. You probably want to go back to that 12-inch size. So that's another 2,200, 2,400 feet. That's just from the Upper Radar Road Reservoir, if that's the route that you went. And that's doing a certain amount of cross-country, cross property lines and stuff like that to get there. It's not a, so you got a pump station and you've got to, then one of the things that happens when you go to put everything out to the top of the hill is that at each zone down the hill, for example, at the top, I'm going to make up some numbers here, sort of, kind of, but if you're at 700 and you didn't put anything in the system and you ran the pipe straight down the hill, the water pressure in this building would be, I don't know, 300 PSI. And you're going to blow your pipes up 100 PSI. So you have to put pressure reducing stations for each zone down the hill. So you put the water up at the top of the hill, then you would go down to each zone. You would put a big vault with a pressure reducing, and then you have to reconnect that to the piping within each of those zones. And again, to put all this together, it's probably, there's a good probability that you'd end up having to add or redo a certain amount of the piping within a zone to reconnect it to this new system.
I have another question again out of my ignorance. So if you put the pump stations there, I can see our pump station and the people are there periodically because the pump's not working. How easy is it going to be for the people that have to go up there to fix these pump stations? To fix them? I mean, are they?
Well, it's big.
How many?
That comes into the design, just in a similar answer to the question about is it stable? A pump station that is properly designed, Westat designs a pump station, they're going to specify pumps that are high quality, durable, etc. But we're also going to design the station because all mechanical equipment will eventually fail.
Right.
And so you need to have good access to the site.
Right.
And you need to have good access to the equipment because at some point down, you're gonna have to pull it out and replace it.
Yeah.
Or pull it out and repair it. And all of that is part of what would be needed kind of in that master planning. Again, I kind of characterize the city's choice right now. Build 1 million gallons at Vistera, or step back and kind of review your options and see what the community as a whole thinks of some of the other ideas.
A lot to consider.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of information.
I'm gonna bring you the easy end.
A lot of information.
It's a little overwhelming, to be honest,
Mhm.
to look up in those hills and see what we're doing and the weight and I think we're all concerned about the people that are going to be going up there and working on it's just.
So the bedrock that they found do you think that it is at a consistent elevation? So if we were to take the bedrock, the 25 feet down, does that kind of continue across the hillside? Who knows?
That's, at this point, with 2 data points at 25 feet, within some reasonable area around that tank, I don't know, let's just make up a number and say 50 to 100 foot in each direction. And with the slope of the hillside that we see, it seems like it's a good, it's a reasonable speculation almost.
Yeah.
I hate to use much stronger words than that within that zone, we're probably looking at, it's hard to imagine that without some other kind of change to the ground surface, that all of a sudden the bedrock does something like this or something like that. But that's part of why, as I mentioned earlier, that before we actually go into design, some additional geotechnical exploration and analysis would be required.
I'm just thinking of the 220 feet and various locations. And, as an engineer, of course, you can just look at it and say here, here, and here. And I'm looking at it and going, that's in somebody's backyard.
And again, that's, doesn't matter. The 220 elevation at the top of it, the only place you could put it that wouldn't probably be of concern to some neighborhood resident would be 800 feet east of the city limit.
Yeah.
And or the Vistera site, because nobody's there, but all of the other sites, again, I guess your other option, if you wanted to dial something in the middle, the closest thing I could give you to a third option would probably be something like 500,000 gallons at Vistera. If that site south of the river could be demonstrated to be reasonably developed. And then you might put 500,000 at each of those or something like that.
The reason I'm asking is not too far south is the cemetery. And they are actually seem to have a willingness to sell some property. And it is at 220, there's a 220 feet, but Rick in our earlier discussions felt like it was even steeper there. But we'd have a willing seller, it would be, not that much farther. It would actually be closer in terms of piping from where the existing water plant or water storage. You can, yeah, you probably can.
It's in, but
It's pretty steep though, isn't it? Yeah.
I sent it to you.
Well, I'm just wondering if I could zoom into it here.
Let's see, we can find King Street.
Yeah.
Off of Chief, if you have roads, it's off of Chief Eldred Road and Drive.
I'm trying to make my. It's on here. Somewhere. King Street.
So this is it.
So,
Yeah, the line goes right here.
yeah. And so these are 25-foot contours. The red lines are 25-foot contours. You can see 150, 175, 200.
Okay.
So the 220 is just below the 225, and those contours right in the area looked just about the say, it, we have no geotech for that area. It would be possible to kind of look along that, throw in some, create some quick figures, but they're probably gonna look very similar
Yeah.
to the Fistera site.
Right.
The site slope is similar. The only thing that could be different almost immediately, and it could be better, it could be worse, would be, if the rock was only 10 feet down, you might be better off.
Yeah, but it would be 50 feet.
Yeah, and so without and that really goes for the sites that I showed, and included in the letter report are just literally scanning down there saying, oh, here's a spot that's possible. There's a piece of property that, at least as of the day of the aerial image, didn't have a house built on it, whatever. And the other thing that is, it's like the places where it's not quite as steep, here you're at the bottom of the hill, at least in the relative water zone sense. There's already a lot of development along that. And so to the comment about who wants this in their backyard, if there was a place where somebody could go and build a house and get their driveway there. So again, there just weren't a lot of sites at that lowest 220 elevation.
Okay,
There are a
all
couple.
right,
Can I ask one more question?
yeah. And
The with just your familiarity with the Fistera site, would it be recommended to do maybe throughout, if we have access to the whole property, multiple smaller ones, like even 250s?
Good question. And again, let me see if I can find, not too far away here, I can pan over, get a little bit bigger view. Didn't draw the new property. But it's in this area right here. And most of the 220, like I said, is actually, let me go back to the first page. Size.
there's not a lot.
On top of the hill.
So
I'm looking at the property map, and there's not a lot of.
okay, the first page actually shows, and let me see if I can zoom in on this one. Didn't highlight it quite as well, but the 220 contour hits the property line right back here. And so part of the reason why it's clear around here is, we've got a cut to get down to that 220 elevation. And so that's what's pushing it. And so I don't know if I can let me see if I can try to draw on this. It's really something like that, very, very crudely. Outside of that zone, you're either too high or too low. You could put a couple of 500, 0.5 million gallon, 500,000 tanks there. But your site development cost, again, on this site, it's 2.2 per 500,000 gallon tank, which means you're at 4.4. So if you're going to put a tank, if you're going to get 1 million gallons on this site, I think just building the 1 million gallon tank is your most economical and very unfortunate.
Less bad. All right, okay, thank you, Greg. This was very helpful. I think we're gonna need a work session,
or two.
probably a special session to discuss this further. We had talked about some options. And then we found out that one of the sites, somebody's planning to build on, that they've already gotten a variance. So,
We should double check that, just to make sure.
yeah,
That was actually one of the things that I bumped up against with regards to the top of the hill. Because the
Yes.
first time I looked at that, I was using the 2018 aerial.
yeah, and now there's two houses.
There's quite a few new houses
Yeah.
up there that weren't there in 2018.
That's correct, yeah. Yep,
We should have gotten that quicker.
yeah, well, there's a lot of wishes. All right, well, this was very helpful, and I think the city manager, myself, and the council president are gonna have to talk about setting up some times to figure out where we're going with this and what we're gonna do.
Field trip up to some of these places.
Your hike up to to right here, it's doable.
Is that 20?
It's steep.
Yeah, I've done it twice.
Even the road to get the geotechnical drilling rig up
Oh,
the
good.
road as it is today, and that's all it was cut. So the dirt's
Yeah.
fairly deep. You might want to wear all the.
Go when it's dry.
Before it starts raining.
Yeah,
And we actually, Rick had all these arrangements basically made, but it's a logging road,
mhm,
just enough to get up there. And they literally had to use a large track hoe. Because the geotech rig was self-propelled.
Yeah.
But it didn't have the oomph even to drive up
to the top.
the hill, so they had a big track hoe
Oh.
that pulled it up the steepest part.
So we won't be using our trolley for
Yeah, no, I've walked up there. It is steep.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe we should all try it.
they drove, the geotechs drove their truck up there. You know how they did it.
It's the company truck.
Dave took me up there and he had to back all the way down and I was so glad I did not try.
Yeah.
Keeps on you.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Okay, well, this was helpful and we're gonna have to move on to some other business, but that was,
Go ahead and shut myself down here then?
yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you so much.
Can I ask you a quick question? At the top of that road where it forks and then both forks end, is the side of the fork that goes up a little higher or the fork that goes a little lower?
Okay, just a second. I think I can answer that. So the road forks and the essentially the so I can make sure that I can answer the question correctly. So on figure 2, oh, it came back.
We're moving it.
Well, I didn't know that I'd still be there with control and stuff like that. You can see geotechnical bore approximate where the arrow is, geotechnical bore approximate where so one branch of the road, the road was cut in and then they cut in a little lower spur to get that second lower drill in. And so very, very roughly, those represent essentially what was going on. They went up to the top, they plugged the hole, they went back a little bit, went along the spur and dropped the second hole.
Wow.
Okay. We're gonna jump back to our new business, which is the vacation code review. This was, we're still very early in that process. So, city manager, do you want to give us a little synopsis of what we're looking at?
Sure thing. So this vacation rental code is something that's been in discussion since I began my role here in Yachts, and I'm just trying to fine tune it, update it, and clarify it as well. One of the big topics that has come up since I've been here is the clarification if LLCs can have a license or trusts can have a license, if they can own the property, and a person can have a license has been the practice, but it was not clear in the code. And there have been instances where a property owner has a trust and they want the trust to have to hold a license, but it wasn't clear. So if we were to say no, they could come and say, well, it's really not clearly stated in your code as is written. So that's bringing us to the point of clarifying it. And we've had this conversation with our city attorney, and he's provided the draft that you have before you. We have the markup version. The red is from the city attorney, and the blue are edits from notes from Barry as he's read through it, as well as a couple from city staff. And if you're looking at the ones with the code with the markup, you can see that the addition of the dwelling unit owner representative under the descriptions is that added paragraph there is really a key point in helping to clarify that a license holder needs to be a person, not a LLC or a trust. And that's really the one of the major points in this. Down a little further in the description under vacation rental, this can be up for discussion. We did add in ADU because that is something that is on the board, but that's also something on the table that we would maybe say we don't want to be used for a vacation rental license. So that's something that we need to discuss. This point as we are right now is really for us to discuss this, so then we can fine tune it based off of our discussion, and then we will have to do a public noticing for 2 public hearings and have our well-read mayor
Not at all.
read these for us again. There's a couple other points in here where we've made some smaller edits, but yet significant. In the section of the code 4.08.030 in standards down to section we've removed the provision that they must provide a bear proof mechanism. Those are no longer available through the Doll Disposal Company. we've added that on L, the clarification for the vacation rental licensors are non-transferable. The license is personal to the dwelling unit owner representative. So that just adds more clarification to the vacation rental licenses are not transferable. That was one point that was being argued. So we added information in here to that goes to the issue we were having with people holding licenses and not collecting tax or remitting tax. And so we added a section in here that if the dwelling unit owner representative does not pay occupancy tax for the license for 2 consecutive calendar years, they'll lose their license and have to reapply when they decide to use their property as a vacation rental, reporting occupancy tax. And the preceding sentence shall also apply to a dwelling unit owner representative who does not incur property tax obligation in 2 consecutive calendar years. So that's to the point of people not using and not reporting.
But that's 2 whole years. That seems too long.
I agree.
There's a balance here
Mhm.
because some people have a room that they'd like to rent, but then, grandma moves in for a short time. And so it's no longer being rented. And so you want to give some flexibility to people. You don't want to say, you don't really better have a tenant, every 6 months or else. But you don't want people to hog a license. They, just because they might want it sometime in the future. So, yeah, it's arbitrary, but it's trying to balance 2
Isn't
separate
it saying
interests.
that they need to pay their license though? I'm confused a little bit. Are you saying the monthly?
The taxes on their
Mhm,
income.
mhm.
No, that you
Oh,
have a
the
license.
taxes.
Yes.
I would say even if grandma's there, you need to pay.
And if she's a long-term rental.
If she's not paying for it, then they don't have income coming in from it.
The taxes,
But they
the taxes.
don't need, okay.
Yeah, they will still pay for their license in every single year to keep a license. You have to pay for it every single year.
It's like you've got to pay for your license plate even if you don't drive your car.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When you were mentioning about the AUDs, that
EU.
they would even be included in here. I mean, if one of our motivations is to have long-term housing, affordable long-term houses, then I don't think it should be included. in here.
Mm-hmm. And that was something we had, when Barry and I had discussed also, do we add them, do we not add them? But they are going to be a coded dwelling type here, so we thought we'd add them and then have that be a discussion for the group.
Right.
My understanding is that the planning commission is fairly far along on the ADU portion. And they have, my understanding again, is that they have never thought that they would be short-term rental.
Okay.
That it would be, in order to add, as you said, in order to add to the housing stock, they would keep them from qualifying.
Which, I mean, that's a policy decision.
Yeah.
But I think, I'm imagining that doesn't affect this language, because if it's something that cannot be vacation rental, then we don't need to say anything about it in this article.
Yeah, so we'll remove that.
And then are we open for comments?
Yeah, go.
I think we've all read it. The other thing that I had suggested that we will probably want to add is the water fees. That if you have a rental, just for clarification, if somebody's reading this and is interested in doing a short-term rental, that clarify that there are no included water units and that there's a higher base fee for an ADU.
I'd really like to see something in the yearly, is it yearly that you inspect them every 5 years, but they have to pay their fee every year. That there be a requirement, should be every year, to show that they've had a chimney sweep to clean their fire flume.
We added that to the checklist.
Okay.
Mhm. Yep. There, we did add a section in here under 4.08040 inspections, licenses, and annual fees, section B. This is an area we've been having some difficulty in the re-inspections for people who have had long time licenses, and you go 5 years and you don't. I guess getting the inspection might be out of mind, but we've been having a really hard time getting everybody rescheduled for their inspections. And so we've put a stipulation in here that gives them a firm deadline to be re-inspected on that 6th year.
Some of these things like the fire,
Mhm.
those shouldn't be every 5 years. It should be every year or every 2 years at max.
Or do we do another inspection? It's like a safety inspection. It's a smaller
I
inspection
mean, because
in between.
in some places you don't, even your insurance won't cover it unless you show that you've had it cleaned that year.
It doesn't need to be an inspection, it could be an attestation where you have to sign, yes, I had X work done. Whatever the
I had to
item.
fight my landlady to get chimney cleaned. And then I ended up paying for it.
Put it on the.
I've had a call to fire
Another situation.
rental next door to me because of poor chimneys, and I think that's what spurred.
Mhm, mhm. On the renewal form that they do for their application each year, there might be able to be something that we could add
That's
to
what
that. But it wouldn't be an inspection, but like to your
Yeah.
point, like
You may want to check with the fire department to see what
They
they
may have to show a receipt or something that
Mhm.
it was done.
just certify, and then if the house burns down, it's like.
Right. You can't burn your neighbor's house down either.
Yeah. Well, then your
That is
neighbors
insane.
can sue you because you attested that.
So if this when this all goes through, does that mean everyone who currently has to meet this new code? So.
Yeah.
And there are, I'm not gonna describe them, but there are some ways around that. One of the major concerns that the city has always had is having, BlackRock investments come in and buy up all the vacation rentals. We don't want corporate ownership, and there are some loopholes in here that could be exploited, but I think for the most part, this is pretty clear that one person holds the license. And they can't be
Did
part
it
of
say?
it says up to 2 on the deed.
the
Yes.
deed.
Yeah.
So if I put my son on the deed and I die, then
He would have to be on you, so it'd be you and him on the
Right.
vacation rental license, but you and him would also have to be on the deed.
right, that's what I'm.
Yeah, mhm. And then if you died, he would still be on the vacation rental license.
One of the loopholes.
I mean, most people don't put their kids, I don't think.
Before you get the license.
Put yourself.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be before you got your license.
Yes, you can't do it while you have your license.
Okay.
They will not, just because they're on it, they wouldn't be on it
Automatically.
to inherit it, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
The other item that I raised is, right now, the way this reads is you have to have the card that the city issues, and it's a little 3x5 card in your window.
So it's a half of a 8.5 by 11 sheet. There
Yeah.
are two cards. that we do.
If you're a neighbor and you have a concern, you're supposed to, the code says that you're supposed to call the management company, but you can't see that card from the street. You can't see the phone number. So then, are you gonna trespass onto the property in order to get it? I think Scenic and a few others have signs that are visible from the street that you can see who it is, and that'd be something I would encourage.
Yeah, most of the companies.
Most of the companies do, it's the individual.
Yeah, it's just like the one-off individuals that.
Yeah, I know,
Them on the same.
It's for sale now. There was one this big in the garage window.
yeah.
But you'd have to be right now.
There was a Scenic sign out front, so Scenic, it was the rental
Oh, well, this is before that.
before that. Yeah, and I had an incident where somebody had parked on the 804 trail and parked the car. And I walked by and I came back an hour later and the car was still right in the 804 trail. And I thought, well, I'll just call the management company and let them know they can't park their car there. And I had to walk onto their property in order to get the phone number. And it makes me really nervous because you are trespassing. So let's think about that. All right, this is good. I think we're making really great progress and maybe we can even get to this next meeting or
I think with these made edits, that if we all agree on those, we can make them and have it prepared to public notice and have its first public hearing in October.
Okay. Sounds good.
So be good.
All right, where are we? You know what? Where's Bird City on this thing?
We did it last.
Oh, okay. I know what it was. I was looking at.
Right, you are.
No, I clicked on August. It was September wasn't, there was there was a 20-minute period. September was gone.
You did that earlier.
Okay, fireworks, survey. When's the end date on this?
I have the end date set for the end of September. But I thought that we could just give it a quick review now, because we have already had, just what I'm looking at the live version right now, I did, in order to get this to you sooner, I think it was at 420, we're at 448 right now. But the results are very much in line with exactly what it was at 421. It's very similar, like largely our response is coming from full-time residents, part-time residents, a small amount of visitors, and neighboring communities are just outside the city limits, but most respondents are full-time or part-time residents. Most people have attended the fireworks at least, multiple times. On question 3, it asks how you would describe your overall 4th of July experience in Yachats. As you can see, we're largely very satisfied and satisfied. There are some responses for neither satisfied or dissatisfied, and very dissatisfied, but we're seeing majority in satisfied and very satisfied. How would you describe your overall experience with traditional commercial fireworks in Yachats? Again, a majority is landing in the very satisfied or satisfied. Not to diminish that there are people who have said they are very dissatisfied and dissatisfied with the event as well in the show. When asked what aspects of traditional commercial fireworks shows do you enjoy the most? A majority of people responded the visual spectacle, and there's responses for the others of nostalgia and tradition, community gathering, the sound and atmosphere. There's also responses and the other. I know that as I was looking at how I share these with you publicly, you can't see those responses, so I can read a couple of those for you just really quick.
Sure.
Some of the things that people like are the patriotism, celebration of America, that Americana heart on a day to celebrate the country with heart and soul. People love that it's over the ocean. They feel more safe about it being over the ocean. They love that it brings visitors. Its historical significance, the tradition of it all, the tradition with family. And then there's more. Those are just kind of some of the highlights of the comments. And then are there any concerns you have about traditional commercial fireworks? The noise, pollution, impacts to the individuals with PTSD, congestion, pets and wildlife. There's responses to all of those. There's also some others. And I'll just read a couple of those, that they're expensive and a waste of money. The fire safety, most of the people who gave responses in the other section of those were fire safety. And then lack of enforcement south of the beach with illegal fireworks. Please do not let that happen again. Fire danger, fire danger. The traditional display is fine and done well. The issue is with personal fireworks near and the bombs that are shot off and the traumatic feeling that those give. So those are some of the comments there. Do you think traditional commercial fireworks should continue in Yachats? Majority said yes, leave it the same. Some said yes, but reduce the time, add some alternative things. We had 132 people respond that we should look with a replacement, an alternative. And 70 people say they should be eliminated altogether. And then would you be open to exploring alternative ways to celebrate? Most people said yes, they'd be interested and at least look at them. And then we asked what kinds of alternative celebrations that you'd be supportive of, and I asked them to click all that they'd be interested in. And the highest number was the laser light show. Then the musical fireworks and drones were also options that people would be interested in exploring. I threw in just something a little different from various conversations that we had. Most people are concerned about animals and dogs. So we're like, what if we made a dog sanctuary kind of celebration? There's a lot of people in the comments that do not like that idea. Hate it. Yes. So I would suggest we don't do that.
What are some of the other comments there?
Yeah, so there was some of the comments in this section is anything but a fireworks show. People could see adding alternatives to the traditional fireworks show. Just leave it alone, please. Then the biggest issue is noise. It could be curtailed with something alternative. People suggested maybe an arts festival, historical celebration, and acknowledgement of the Native people who once inhabited Yachats, a musical event, offer quality music in the afternoon, something different like island reggae would be appropriate for the summertime fun. Any kind of combination of low noise alternatives. Please not the dog idea. Something that doesn't encourage illegal fireworks.
Yeah, that's what I was talking this morning. I was talking to some friends of mine.
And then
on the beach.
Some of these answers it would be, which I know, that's one reason why I made the request I did, is that you can see out of these answers for each category, how many of those were residents or visitors. And just, I mean, that's interesting information, I think.
Yeah, that can definitely be filtered out and shared, but really all in all, it's mostly about residents that are responding to this. So it's not
The fact that you have
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah. I asked if you were a visitor, if there was an alternative celebration option chose, if you'd still come back. 63 said yes and 40 said no.
Interesting.
The rest were residents. And a lot of people said they'd be interested in volunteering. And a huge amount of people said if there were more activities in between fireworks and la-di-da, they'd stay in town. And then you were able to read the answers, the comments answers to, do you have any further comments, concerns? And I think a lot of those really do sum up some of the other responses that were added in throughout the earlier portion.
Those answers.
They're in the-
Scroll down.
Scroll down.
This on the side.
I really was I really liked that people really shared their feelings, like whether it was, yes, we love the traditional fireworks. This means like tradition for my family. We come here for years, or we have a home here and we come back here for it, or, you know, that's where I grew up and I come back every year for it, or I hate them and this is why. Whatever it is, they were very honest, but there was a very common theme of thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Regardless of their feeling either way, there was a lot of appreciation for at least like being able to voice their.
Mhm.
Sorry.
And I mean, it's just overwhelming. The illegal fireworks are problematic.
Mhm.
They're really the problem.
I don't, maybe, I don't know if we can rent the sheriff for,
Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing out of this is that people love the fireworks, people love the tradition. They don't like the illegal fireworks. That's what's scary. That's the extra noises. That's the noises that go longer than even just the set commercial show. So I did contact our sheriff office and ask if we could work with them. I'm like, I know it's a year ahead advance. We're already having this conversation, but I really want to see what we can do to pay extra, to have more enforcement or whatever we have to do to actually have enforcement on the beach, because this is the problematic area. There's a few that are there each year. You know, if
tradition.
yeah, but that's the scary part of it. And so those are the ones that are out of control. Those are the ones that are illegal. And those are the ones that we could do something about. And so if they could actually have a zero tolerance kind of set up for our illegal fireworks to the best that they could. So just starting that conversation with them. I think that if we could make a impact with the illegal fireworks, that would make a positive impact on the experience altogether.
For me, I agree, but I'm gonna
Mhm.
up to that the most salient, if I was going to try to reduce this to, you know, one sentence or one page, I'd be looking at question 7. Because that's where you get the two groups of people. Those who want to keep what we got and those who think some changes are needed. And the at least in this earlier version of the numbers, it's like 53% to 45.
Mhm.
And what that tells me is that this is an issue where opinions are strong, emotions run high, and it's going to be very difficult or maybe impossible to make everybody happy. But I think that to the extent that we could, or the sheriff could, I think we want to create a posse, to the extent that the major illegal showmen get constrained, then the 45% that are unhappy might start moving over and, yeah, we can live with the controlled noise traditional official show. But so I would start with your conversation, or start with following up on that conversation, see what in next July, see what the results are. Because otherwise we've got a pretty significant diversion of opinions in the community, and it's going to be very hard to keep everybody happy, or even majority happy.
Catherine.
I would disagree. Question 7. Okay, we were only able to answer that once, correct? You couldn't do multiple? Okay, so then if you add together the totals of they should be replaced with an alternative and no, they should be eliminated, that comes out to 45%, which is more than yes, leave
That's what I
everything
said.
alone. And then you add on even that yes, but reduce. I think absolutely they have to be reduced. And I think that we are swaying a little bit towards the let's get rid of them.
I wouldn't say that. I think that some of the,
Actions anyway, count it.
yeah, I mean, what happens, I'm not familiar with the light but no sound fireworks. Are we still doing the pollution? There's still
Well,
the,
it's low sound. It's low sound. It's not no sound, but
and then in terms of a radio broadcast, I mean, I have lived in a community that we did, that you could get it on the radio, but we don't have very good radio coverage.
The radio.
I mean, is that something they bring in their own transmitters and we have to dig out their AM radio?
learn more, to be honest with you.
Never heard of that.
I mean, I'm trying to find something in between.
Yeah, I think with the radio, it would be using one of our local radio stations that it would broadcast on. It'd be a partnership with that. With the lasers, I was talking yesterday to the person who just one of somebody who I know who does these for other varying places, but he did say that you have to actually have the lasers in combination with fireworks because it takes the smoke to show the laser. You can't actually just have a laser night. I wasn't aware of that until yesterday. Yeah. Yeah.
And what about the viewing angle of lasers?
Yeah, he said that the lasers are actually really very difficult with variances because of the flights and the FAA. And it's like he said it's very bothersome or hard to make happen.
Well, it sounds like that and the drone shows are pretty hard to do here. So.
Drones are wind dependent and everything else. So, okay.
I think really focusing on trying to eliminate more personal fireworks would be a good start.
That would be a
I
great
think
start.
there's consensus on that.
Yeah.
Every resident here.
It makes me a nervous wreck every year. I hate it.
And it's not, I mean, just to be clear, it's not just the beach, although, as far as I knew, it was just the beach. But apparently last year there was a private display at the end of Lemwick. And
Vacation rent to a next lane, I'll do it off the deck. Over the neighbors.
that we have to,
Yeah.
that is a complaint form
Yeah.
to the city and even proactively.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they've been renting to the same people.
It's the owners.
And they are not allowed in vacation rentals.
Yeah, I would say as locals, we probably know each of those problem houses and it would be worth letting us know so we can let the sheriffs know which properties to be
And the
looking at.
property owner. I mean, I don't know if the property owners know that this illegal activity is going on and they may lose their license.
That we did try to do a whole campaign
We
and
did.
sharing the information, but
Yeah,
That's where we talked about a little bit about trying to get the vacation rental businesses to cooperate with it more in terms of like maybe an agreement with them that if it happens and they find out about it, that person can never rent from them again, or, something that.
yeah.
Well, the threat of losing your license is a
Yeah.
good way to say, I won't rent to him again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we did, so this year, the first step towards that was sending a letter to all of the vacation rental license owners and a flyer for them to put up on their, with all of the information that's required to be put up in their rental saying no personal fireworks.
I think we need to maybe be a little stronger. You have one opportunity. If it happens and there's a complaint and it happens a second time, you lose your license.
Should that be added into this code that we're discussing right
That's
now?
what I was thinking. Any violation with a notice that repeats, you may.
That would apply to individuals renting out their houses as well as the companies, right?
I mean, and this would be honestly, like a really the opportunity for neighbors to be sharing, this house had fireworks, this house had fireworks, and for us to try to see if we can, but trying to prove that later,
Yes.
like that's a whole.
Get your camera out.
Yep, yep. All right, so I think next month we need to, when this survey is finalized, we need to make some decisions so that,
You asked for who wants to participate, so I anticipate there would be like a work group that kind of
okay.
works on this, or?
If there was.
Well, we have a few people who have met together to talk about this and talk about other alternatives and stuff. What I'm asking is for if people who want to like help execute the day of, like not plan, like we want to volunteer to help a bunch of things happen that weekend. Yeah.
Do the contracts get signed for next year's fireworks?
After a couple months?
I believe they have us on their calendar already, but we haven't made the deposits due in October or November.
It's coming up.
But yeah, so we have to keep on.
Mhm.
Okay, there's one more item on the agenda that I know of, and that is the council rules.
Oh, yeah.
We did not get any comments from,
That's because it's so good.
I know.
well, there was one comment from staff. And I sent that to Barry. Barry, I didn't hear back from you.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, so the only other change, and I don't think this is terrible, but removing the mayor's signature required to approve the city council minutes. So that hasn't been done forever, right? So we may as well pull it out. Essentially, it just says after council approval, the city manager shall revise the draft minutes to incorporate any amendments by the council, period. So there's no, the council votes and that's it. And then retention of minutes, we moved a sentence that, and now it just reads the council approved minutes shall be kept in a secure location. So just took the mayor's signature out of it. I also, my editor software didn't like one of the comments in section 8.3, but it's always been there, so I'll leave that for the English majors. So, okay, can we get a vote then on with the addition of those changes? Well, and I do want in public statement again, the most substantive change for the public is that our rules will now dictate that if there is an election and there is an open position, in order to fill that position, a write-in candidate would have to receive 5% of the votes cast. That's an important change. I want to be completely transparent about that. That's not a slam on Nicole, who's been absolutely brilliant.
But I'm happy to have brought this change. Exactly.
So that's really the most substantive change. The rest of it, I think, is pretty.
Semantics and cleanup.
Yep,
Yes.
yep. And we do have some rules of conduct that might be useful for the other commissions as they're working through that. We could be consistent in those rules of conduct. Hopefully that'll be useful. So, has everybody read the rules?
Yes.
I did.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, could I get a motion to approve the amended city council rules?
So
Required.
And then since we've talked about this several times, we'll just take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, none opposed. We will publish those at staff's convenience. And that's it for written items. Are there any additional business from the mayor? No, from the council? Staff? If not, the